We are starting our council meeting today at 4 to go into closed session for a confidential matter, but I want to call the meeting to order, the March 15th zoning meeting, as well as other items that we have before us today. So I'm calling the meeting to order, and I believe that we'll go ahead and begin with our introductions. I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor. I don't see the Mayor Pro Tem on the screen yet. So, Ms. Ajmira, would you start us off at the at-larges?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Councilwoman Dimple Ajmira, at large.
Councilmember Greg Phipps at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ms. Watlington will join us later this afternoon. And I believe Ms. Johnson will join us later as well.
Matt Newton, District 5.
Brad Bakari, District 6.
And Madam Mayor, I believe Mr. Driggs is having a sound issue that we're checking now.
Okay, Mr. Driggs is having a sound issue that we're repairing at this time. So with that, we begin our meeting with an invocation followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, I would like to, as part of our expression and inspiration, is a reminder of this is important, this very important month around Women's History Month, and to recognize all of the women that have been elected to office and serving us and doing public service, and appreciate their work and being done. So with that, we will now proceed to our Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Eggleston. If we want to stand, if you have a flag available, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Before we go into our zoning meeting, we have a closed session, and I'd like to read this motion and ask someone to make the motion, and then we'll do a roll call vote on the motion. I would like to have a motion to adopt a motion pursuant to General Statutes 143-318 11A6 to go into closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee. We will be having a discussion of compensation for that data that's submitted by the Human Resources Director, and with that, I'd just like to have a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Winston?
Winston.
Newton, second.
All right, thank you. Mr. Driggs, second. Is that correct?
Newton second.
Mr. Newton, second. Thank you very much. So with that, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs, we're still having sound issues with Mr. Driggs. We'll come back. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, with that, we will have the staff step out, and Ms. Jackson, you'll be able to add other people as they come in, right? We're live. We are returning from our closed session. And as a result of our closed session, I'd like to have a motion or an item that we have coming out of closed session. On Monday, March 8th, the Charlotte City Council held a closed session pursuant to General Statutes 143-318.77A6 to consider the competence, performance, character, fitness, and conditions of employment of an individual public officer or employee. In this case, it was the city manager, Marcus Jones. And in that review, the City Council made a determination that for a number of reasons that 5 years of service for Mr. Jones has really been exceptional this year in the sense of dealing with the issues that we've all had to struggle with over this pandemic. Not only is it just the COVID, it's also with that we had the unrest and the protesting going on, the issues to move towards equity, and that the city of Charlotte had received CARES money that went immediately out to the community. And for a number of those initiatives, the City Council, I would like to read a motion of an item that the City Council approved in closed session for a formal vote in a public session as required. I'm going to read it as a motion, and I would ask, I can't remember who made Mr. Driggs approved, and Mr. Driggs did this in closed session, so Mr. Driggs, if you would handle it for going forward, and Mr. Eggleston. I move to approve a 5% merit-based pay for the city manager, a 10% performance bonus applied after the merit-based increase, a $3,100 annual lump sum expense, add $5,000 to the deferred compensation annually, and amend the retiree health reimbursement plan to add the city manager at $100 per week with a vesting requirement of 5 years of the City of Charlotte service for that position. This action will be effective July 1st, 2020. With that, Mr. Driggs, would you make that motion? Where's Mr. Driggs?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Eggleston will make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second by Mayor Pro Tem, and so I will now do a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for the work that we've done. And Mr. Jones, we want to really say thank you as our city manager. Ms. Simpson, thank you for your invaluable work of your team to help us get through this process. We have another one coming up in the next several weeks. So we will, again, rely on your services and research. Thank you very much. All right, I believe that we did not do introductions of council members at the beginning of the closed session, so I just wanted to, because we're now going to our business meeting, for our zoning meeting, let's go ahead and have introductions. I am Vi Lyles and I serve as mayor. Did we go through introductions? I'm sorry, we did do introductions. It's a long day, guys. And we've had the invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance, and so now let's go through our zoning materials. Why don't we start with our Deputy City Clerk and introduce the staff in the room.
Stephanie Bello, Deputy City Clerk. Dr. Robin Byers, CDOT.
Tari Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Taiwo Jalba, Planning Director, Assistant City Manager.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
And Dave Pettin, Rezoning Program Manager.
All right, so I'm going to begin with an explanation. This is our zoning meeting. The process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. There are two types of cases on our agenda, decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases, we have already had a public hearing, and there will be no further comment. The council will discuss and take action on those recommendations from the zoning committee. If we have here, as we are having hearings, we hope that everyone has signed up in advance because this is a virtual meeting. That's how we will hear from people to discuss the merits of the petition. Then we will have our staff presentation. In the case of where we have no one in opposition, the petitioner gets 3 minutes, but if there is opposition that people want to make, then there is 10 minutes for the petitioner, opponents have 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. I believe we have 3 or 4 cases of that nature today. After the presentations by the staff and the petitioners and others signed up to speak, we have the closing of the public hearing, then we go to the next item on our agenda. As a result of the hearing, the petition goes to the zoning committee of the planning commission for review and recommendation. And is the chair of the zoning committee on with us tonight? Yes. So if you would introduce yourself and the members of your committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I am Kiva Samuel. I serve as the chair of the zoning committee and vice chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. The zoning committee will meet on Tuesday, March 30th at 5:30 p.m. to deliberate and make recommendations on the petitions being heard tonight. That meeting will not be a continuation of tonight's hearing. There will be no opportunity for public input unless a committee member has a question that best be answered by a member of the public. That meeting will stream live on the City of Charlotte's Planning, Design, and Development's Facebook page. We have zoning committee members joining us via live stream, either on the government channel, the city's YouTube page, or the city's Facebook page. The following fellow zoning committee: Aaron Barbie, Andrew Blumenthal, Peter Kelly, Elizabeth McMillan, Victoria Wasike, and Douglas Walton. And again, I am Kiva Samuel. I serve as zoning chair, and I will be with you for the entirety of the evening. Should you have any questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Samuels. Thank you very much. And to the entire committee, we really appreciate the service that you give to us and the advice that you provide to the City Council and the staff. So with that, the next item on our agenda is a record of deferrals and withdrawals. And so I'm going to read those that I'm sorry. We have one to add, just so you know. Okay, do you? Okay, I will read through, and then the staff has added one additional item for deferral or withdrawal. The following items have been deferred until April 19th. Item number 3, petition 2019-179 by Verity Homes. Item number 7, petition 2020-134 by Impact LLC. Item 19, petition 2020-133, D.R. Horton. Item 2020-155 by Go Store It South Tryon LLC. Item 21, petition 2020-186, Sam's Mart is a withdrawal. And so that will not be coming back on the 19th. That is a complete withdrawal of the petition. Item number 25, 2020-197, the Paces Foundation. Item number 30, 2020-173, FC Odell School. And then Mr. Pettin has one more.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 4, which is 2020-038 by the Clover Group, Inc. They would also like to defer until April 19th.
All right.
Motion to approve all deferrals and withdrawals.
I wanted to ask, does the council have any other items to add for deferral or withdrawal? Okay, Mr. Eggleston has made a motion.
Second, Driggs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driggs. All right. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. So we will have several items. I believe 3 items have had changes since the zoning committee has met. So we'll do those, make that vote on the changes and as we come to those petitions and decisions. All right, so the next item that I have is item number 5. Is that correct? Here we are. So this is a rezoning petition 2020-068 by Levine Properties for approximately 8.5 acres on the east and west side of Hedgemore Road, south of Woodlawn. It's in District 6. The current zoning is office with optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee and staff recommend Okay, thank you very much. All right, any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Presentation, and I'll turn over to Mr. Patton for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This petition had 2 minor changes, mainly with the notes. One was to eliminate language pertaining to residential porches when provided, and so that would mean that they would take that language out, saying that they would have porches when provided. Minor modifications to language pertaining to structured parking. They changed some of that language up just to get some better clarity on how the structured parking would be built on the site. So staff believes changes are minor, do not warrant any additional review by the zoning committee.
Motion to not send back, Eggleston.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All
Bakari.
right, Mr. Bakari has a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Thank you. That, not to send it back, motion passes unanimously. Now do I have,
Motion to
Second, Bakari.
all right, we have a motion to approve item number 6. So with that, any discussion? All right, no discussion. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Item 6, that passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item number 7, petition 2020-134 by Impact for approximately 26.5 acres in the southeastern corner of Rhine Road and Mount Holly. It's in the ETJ. The
Madam
current-
Mayor, that one deferred.
Oh, sorry.
No
And
problem. That
it's
was a-
sitting
that
right
was a
there in
late one.
front of me that says deferred. Sorry, I can't even read my own writing. All right, item number 8, petition 2020-153 by 9,900 Mount Holly Road for approximately 13 acres located on the north side of Mount Holly Road. It's in District 2. The current zoning is multifamily residential Lake Wiley protected area and single-family residential in the same protected area. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional in the protected area as well. The staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Graham, do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry.
Phipps.
Okay. Mr. Phipps, thank you. I've been reminded we have to adopt our statement of consistency. So do I have a motion to approve and adopt the statement of consistency, Mr. Graham?
Approve and adopt.
Thank you. All right. Is there any discussion? No hearing, no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Item number 9, rezoning petition 2020-156 by East Group Properties for approximately 38 acres located on the east and west side of Pinecrest Drive near Shopton Road. It's in the ETJ, and its current zoning is single-family residential with the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is light industrial conditional. Airport noise overlay still applies. The zoning committee and the staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the statement of consistency?
So moved.
All right, Ms. Watlington, is there a second?
Driggs?
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. The next item is item number 10, petition 2020-161 by KMJDH Beatties Ford Road for approximately 0.4 of an acre on the south side of Mount Holly, Huntersville Road in District 2. The current zoning is neighborhood business conditional. The proposed zoning is general business conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency?
So moved. Sorry.
Do I have a second?
Second, Driggs?
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item number 11, petition 2020-162 by Mountain Island Promenade, for approximately 6 acres located on the northwest side of Smith Farm Road. It's in District 2. The current zoning is neighborhood services in the Lake Wiley protected area. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services with a site plan amendment in the same protected area. The zoning committee and the staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency?
Move to approve and adopt.
Second, Driggs.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 12, rezoning petition 2020-165 by Taylor Davis for approximately 7 acres located on the south side of Mount Holly Huntersville Road in District 2. The current zoning is multifamily residential conditional. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional site plan amendment with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. Do I have a motion to approve and adopt the statement of consistency?
Approve and adopt. Move.
Second, Driggs.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Bakari?
Yes.
Okay. The next item is item 13, petition 2020-167 by Hopper Communities, where approximately 3 acres located on the west side of Bancroft Street in District 1. The current zoning is general industrial, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use development. The zoning committee recommends approval and staff recommends approval. However, there were changes that were made after the zoning committee's review. So, Mr. Patton, would you please walk through those changes, and we
Yes.
will need a motion at the end of that.
Yes, thank you. The 3 changes were to reduction of units from 73 units to 69. That would give us a density of 22.4 DUA. There was a note added that would limit the southernmost vehicular access point on Bancroft Street to emergency fire access only. And they also had a minor site plan revision to swap locations of the visitor parking lot and the dog park, which was located at the southern boundary based on input from the neighbors. So staff believes all the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Motion and not sent back.
All right.
Second, Driggs.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, now we'll go, do we have a motion
Motion to
to
adopt.
approve and adopt the statement of consistency? Mr. Eggleston? Who seconded?
Second, Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Okay. All right.
Yes.
That was a yes by Ms. Watlington? Okay, thank you. The next item is item 14, petition 2020-170 by Shree Properties for approximately 2/10 of an acre on Downs Avenue in Shamrock in District 1. The current zoning is R5. The proposed zoning is R8. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the statement of consistency?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Mr.
Second,
Eggleston,
Driggs.
followed by Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 15, petition 2020-174 by MOD CLT for approximately half an acre at the southeastern corner of the intersection of Norwood and Parkway in District 2. The current zoning is single-family with 5 units, and the proposed zoning is single-family with 8 units. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the petition, the recommendation, and the statement of consistency? And this one, item 15, is good. Okay. All right, do I have a motion?
So moved. Adoption and statement.
Okay, and I have a second?
Driggs.
All right, is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Bakar? Mr. Bakari? And
Yes.
all right, that passes unanimously. Next item is item number 16, petition 2020-175 by Lincoln Harris for approximately 2.3 acres bounded by the northeast side of 5th Street. It is in District 2. The current zoning is Uptown Mixed Use District, and the proposed zoning is Uptown Mixed Use District optional. The zoning committee and the staff recommends approval. Do I have a motion to approve and adopt the statement of consistency?
Move to approve and adopt.
Second, Eggleston.
All right, any discussion? Hearing no, I'm sorry, no discussion. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right. Next item is item number 17, petition 2020-178 by Teresa M. Orsini, approximately 7/10 of an acre located southwest of the intersection of Belmont Avenue and Siegel in District 1. The current zoning is mixed-use development, optional, and industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development, optional, and mixed-use development, optional site plan amendment. The zoning committee and staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve and adopt the statement of consistency?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second, do I have a, all right, thank you, Mr. Driggs. All right, any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. The next item is item number 18, petition 2020-180 by NRP Properties for approximately 9.9 acres located on the east side of Sugar Creek Road. It's in District 4. The current zoning is multifamily 12 units per acre and single-family 4 units per acre. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this petition. However, there were changes after the zoning committee's review. Mr. Pettin, would you read through those changes, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The following changes were made after zoning committee's recommendation. First is the curb line on West Sugar Creek is shown as being relocated to 41 feet from center line of West Sugar Creek Road. The relevant driveway access has been removed from the rezoning plan. The petitioner agrees to pay $100,000 to the city's Transportation Improvement Fund. And the last change was that the petitioner reserves future right-of-way for the extension of Penny Way. Staff believes the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Do we have a motion to that statement?
Move not to send back to committee.
Mr. Driggs, is it second by Ms. Johnson? All right.
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't know
Is there
that.
any further discussion on the motion? Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Now, is there a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency?
Motion to approve.
And adopt?
Second, Driggs.
All right, thank you very much. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mary.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Okay, thank you. So this was, I worked very closely with this developer. I want to applaud and congratulate this developer for really working with the community and working with the city and really trying to improve the neighborhood. There was some opposition because of the location and the traffic on Sugar Creek, but this developer's done all that they can. As you can see, they're contributing $100,000 for future improvements. This is a quality product, and I wanted the residents of that area to know that we're listening. I'm working closely with the city manager for other improvements in the future, and also our ED chair. Hidden Valley is high on the list. So I'm looking forward to supporting this workforce housing in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any further comments? Hearing no further comments. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes, Mayor, I had my speaker on mute. I wanted to make a comment, but yes.
Well, no, okay. All right, Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that is the end of our decisions for this evening. Now we're ready for hearings. We'll go right into the next item, which is item number 22. Petition 2020-103 by Fielding Homes DRB Groups for approximately 5.9 acres located on the east side of Providence alongside Alexander in District 7. The current zoning is single-family residential 3 units per acre. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues on site and building design and transportation and technical revisions on site and building design. So with this, we have the staff presentation, and then Mr. McVeigh, are you representing the people in support of the petition? Will be next. Mr. McVeigh, Mr. Martin, and Benji Lehman, and there are two people in opposition, Christopher Leone and Christopher Chotard. And so with that, we'll start with the staff presentation and go from there.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-103, it's just under 6 acres at the corner of Providence Road and Alexander Road. The property is currently zoned R3. The proposed zoning this evening is UR2 conditional. We take the policy directives from the South District Plan, which was adopted in 1993. That plan does recommend single-family development at 3 units per acre. However, given the date of the plan, we do apply the general development policies, and those, when we ran, support the density requested, which is 7.6 units per acre. So again, GDP does support the increase in density in this location. This project proposes up to 45 single-family attached dwellings and up to 12 buildings. That comes out again at 7.6 dwelling units per acre. Maximum building height would be 44 feet. We do have one single entrance on Providence Road. Also, we have enhanced setbacks along the existing residence where they're adjacent. We also have an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Providence, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk on Alexander Road. Each unit would provide a garage and also commits to enhance architectural standards with things like limitations on blank walls, usable porches and stoops, sidewalk connections to entrances, et cetera. So with that, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design and transportation, as well as some technical revisions related to some notes for site and building design. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with the South District Plan, which recommends residential at 3 units per acre. However, it is consistent with the general development policies that support a density just less than or equal to 8 DUA. So with that, we'll be happy to take questions following presentations by Mr. McVeigh and as well as Mr. Leone and Mr. Chotard.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you intercede? The mayor had to step out.
Sure. I don't have the list of speakers, so I just have to pull it
No
up.
problem. So at this point, we would turn it over to Mr. McVeigh and the petitioner team for their presentation. They would get 10 minutes.
Okay, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting the DRB Group building homes with this rezoning petition. With me tonight is James Martin with the DRB Group, as well as Benji Lehman with the Isaacs Group, the engineer for the site. I want to thank Dave and everybody for their help on the petition. Both CDOT and the Planning Department have spent a lot of time working with us and others on this request, neighbors that you'll hear from later. We appreciate their patience and their professionalism on this site. It's been very helpful, and it's gotten us to a much better place with this petition than where it started almost a year ago. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over quickly to James Martin so he can give you a little bit of background on the DRB Group. James?
We're excited to introduce our plans for a new community that will offer 45 for-sale townhomes at the corner of Providence and Alexander Roads. DRB Group of Charlotte, you can stay on this slide. The Charlotte team of DRB Group and the Charlotte team of the Isaacs Group, we're local. We've been involved in a number of local developments separately and together as a team, and we're made up of home building, design, and development, community development professionals with a good bit of experience in Charlotte area. Next slide, please. The DRB Group, we operate under 3 different brands: Elevate Homes, Van Ryn Builders, and Building Homes. That's anywhere from age-restricted product to townhomes to single-family detached. But again, thank you again for your time tonight, and staff, thank you for helping work through these issues that we've had and your patience. Keith? Next slide. Oh, sorry. One more thing. This is a list of some of the communities that we're building in right now, just around the Charlotte area, some in Fort Mill, some in Huntersville, some near Center City as well. And the price points that we have, some are townhomes and others are single family. We have a good breadth of experience in this local market. Next slide, please.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
I'll quickly pick up. No problem. Thank you. I'll quickly pick up. As Dave mentioned, just slightly less than 6 acres located in the northeast quadrant of the intersection of Providence and Alexander. Proposed existing zoning R3, proposed zoning UR2CD. Next slide, please. The request, again, the site is currently made up of 2 parcels. With the 2 existing single-family homes, there's also a small pond that is shared with adjacent property owners located on the eastern part of the site. Next slide, please. And the request is to develop 45 for-sale townhomes, a maximum height of 44 feet, 3 stories. The area where the pond exists is proposed to be dedicated to the adjacent property owner that shares the pond. As Dave mentioned, there will be access from Providence Road, no access from Alexander. Next slide, please. This is the site plan that we've proposed. This was a site plan that was developed after our second community meeting. 45 alley-loaded units, maximum height, again, as I mentioned, 44 feet. As I mentioned, the half acre that includes the small pond on the site and some of the surrounding area around the pond will be offered and dedicated or conveyed to the adjacent property owner directly to our west, or excuse me, to our east, Mr. Tom Jackson. Access right in, right out off Providence is approximately 500 feet from the intersection. In terms of distances to adjacent property owners, to our nearest neighbor to the west, which is across Providence Road, approximately about 175 feet structure to structure. To our north, to our single-family neighborhood to our north, which is separated by 165 feet. There's also a buffer with a 6-foot fence and a small stream that separates the units and the homes in that neighborhood from the proposed development. And then to the east, our closest unit to our neighbor to the east, which is Mr. Jackson's home, is about 110 feet, and again also separated by a buffer and an 8-foot fence. Mr. Jackson is no longer opposed to this petition. We have been able to work with him to satisfy his issues. Next slide, please. These are 2 site plans that show you what we presented our community meeting early in February, and then now what we're actually presenting at public hearing. The site plan on the right, which is the new site plan, which is what is before you tonight for a public hearing, reduced the number of units from 48 to 45 and modified the layout to really create more open space and separation to the adjacent property owners. It also increased the setback along Providence Road from 30 feet to 45 feet. That'll be a modification that we'll be making tonight. We also modified the allowed building height. We had originally proposed some buildings up to 52 feet in height. The revised plan lowered all building heights to 44 feet. And then again, as I mentioned, we increased the separation to the adjacent property owners. Again, what we feel a much better plan, an enhanced plan that created better separation and transition to the neighbors. Next slide, please. In terms of traffic, the site does generate 6 additional trips in the AM and 11 more trips in the PM, just slightly over 100 trucks total. Again, we don't feel a substantial impact to traffic on Providence Road. Very small numbers compared to by right. This has been analyzed by CDOT. We did modify access to limit access to only Providence Road. When you look at the trip numbers and potential U-turns at Providence Road in the PM, we think a low number based on the number of ways that you can get to the site, and also in the morning with only 18 cars leaving in the morning. Again, not everyone heading south on Providence, and therefore not impacting Providence Road with U-turns north of the site. Next slide, please. In terms of school impact, only an increase of 6 students over by right development, adding 3 students to the elementary school and high school beyond what the by right development would allow. Next slide. Quality architecture with quality materials, brick and cementitious siding. Like I mentioned, alley fed, roof overhangs, good pitches, windows added to create, sides of the ends of to the side and the ends of the buildings to create attractive ends of buildings. And then you see a little bit of information on the size of the units, 1,600 to 2,000 square feet, 1 and 2 car garages, 3 stories, 3 and 4 bedrooms with 2.5 baths per unit. Next slide, please. Some of the benefits: a quality residential community with quality materials, a for-sale community, creates a housing choice for this area of the city, which is predominantly developed with single-family homes. Makes improvements to Providence Road in terms of sidewalks and planting strips. They put sidewalks, they put planting strips on both Providence and Alexander, creating a better pedestrian environment for folks in the area that are walking and biking. Also works with CATS to install a new bus stop along Providence Road. Provides buffers and additional tree save that by right development would not be required to do. By right development also would not be making the enhancements to the streetscape that is being proposed by this plan. We're happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
I don't know if the mayor has left the room again.
No, I'm back, Julie. So I'm Mayor Pro Tem. So our next speaker is Christopher Leone.
Madam Mayor, Christopher Leone is not on. I yielded his time to Mr. Jettard.
He is.
Given his time to Mr. Jettard. He's not, Mr. Leone is no longer on.
All right. Mr. Jettard?
Hey, good evening, everybody. And Mr. Leone and the community have coordinated on his comments, so they will be incorporated in this presentation today.
Thank you.
If you could please display the first slide, thank you. So, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, particularly Councilmember Driggs, members of Planning, Mr. Pettin, Mr. Kinley, as well CDOT, especially Lakeisha Hall for all your hard work. I want to thank you. This proposal has improved since we began. However, it's still incongruent with the surrounding single-family residential properties, as you can see from the bottom middle photo, which is a rendering the community has made of the projected project. What we don't wish to have is a neighborhood 2 project in a neighborhood 1 community. This is not walkable to any neighborhood centers, as neighborhood 1 was meant to be, and it's not detached. We don't want another Providence Row. Secondly, the proposed heights of 44 feet that were mentioned are in excess of market precedent of 40 feet, which we will show. Thirdly, this is directly at the corner of an F-rated intersection at one of the city's most prominent streets, Providence. I'd like to remind council that the granting of a rezoning approval is not a right to which the petitioner is automatically entitled. In deciding whether to grant their request, I'd ask City Council to consider the justifiable concerns of the community, a proper evaluation of the propriety of the request in relation to city's established plans, including the 2040 plan, and precedent case law influencing the exercise of council's powers. The community has had communications with the applicant and expressed our concerns. We appreciate their receptiveness to that. However, they have not been incorporated. We understand R3 is not the solution. We ask your support to ensure a reasonable compromise on this property at market rate heights of 40 feet at 40 units rather than 45, and with additional setbacks from Providence, which look like have been changed slightly since we last met. Next slide. While you review some of these talking points on our second slide, I wanted to mention and remind you that I'm speaking on behalf of more than 2,500 immediate community members that are actively petitioning against this project in its current form. They have grave concerns about this project. I ask that you not diminish their points of view given the smaller size of this project in relation to others that you may review, and I ask you please take our concerns seriously. Next slide. While we do understand that this is a legislative process, I would like to remind members of council that there is case law precedent which governs this, and I would like to read that which makes for the exclusive and preferential benefit of such particular landowner, this case the petitioner, with no relation to the community as a whole, is not a valid exercise of your sovereign power. When you look at the community benefits that were mentioned, there are already market rate townhomes for sale. All you have to do is look at the MLS. This makes everything prohibitively worse for the community. Traffic will get worse. Density views for neighbors will get worse. School overcrowding will get worse. The impact on the environment will get worse. We do acknowledge this will generate around $200,000 in property tax revenue for the city. Our proposal with a compromise would generate around $180,000 of tax revenue for the city with better mitigation of impact to the community. Next slide, please. Further to the fit, these are all market rate townhomes. We question why the petitioner has not included any workforce housing or age restricted housing in their plan, which is something that the city does actually need. There are dozens of townhomes and single family homes available in the nearby area simply by looking at MLS. Allowance of this design and this density is inconsistent with virtually every planning document the city of Charlotte has produced, including the GDP. Our community also has concerns with the upwriting of density in the 2040 plan. It has many excellent features, which we appreciate, but it removes further tools from planning. We believe that this rezoning vote will be a bellwether for that pending vote, and we appreciate the members of City Council who are working hard to make that plan better. Next slide, please. I watched a few of these hearings, and the focus always tends toward economics. I won't spend an inordinate amount of time on the environment, but I do wish to note that we had a study conducted by HARP, their local Charlotte-based environmental agency. HARP's recommendation is this remain zoned as is. There has been endangered species spotted on site with precedent for that. We also have runoff from this property directly into McAlpine Creek, which it abuts. I do hope that there are members on City Council who care about the environment and will comment on that. Our proposal with 5 fewer units would lessen the impact to the environment. Next slide, please. Regarding our suggestion that heights be at 40 feet rather than 44 feet, you can see from recent rezonings in the district surrounded by single family that 40 feet is absolutely the building construction standard. We've asked the applicant to share sloping and topography with us, but they have not. It's very difficult to have meaningful conversation around building heights on a lot that slopes over 100 feet and with above market precedent heights. Our proposal of 40-foot heights would ensure the streetscapes blend better along Providence Road and would protect privacy for our neighbors. At this point, we have 5 minutes remaining. Gwen Marseille, who is the immediate neighbor, and myself had signed up for this presentation together. The link is not working for her, and so I'm going to share her over FaceTime so that her voice is not suppressed. So please bear with us. This is Ms. Marseille.
Mr. Churchard, we won't be able to accommodate that. She has to have been on the sign-up speakers list, so we won't be able to accommodate any additional time for anybody that hasn't been signed up.
Okay, well, I spoke to the city clerk earlier, and they mentioned that if we were in the same room, or if we, because both of our names were listed on the speakers list, if we were in the same room or if we were on FaceTime together, it would be acceptable. They did confirm that.
I'm sorry, I don't think.
No, I don't see. The only people we have on the speakers list are Mr. Leone and yourself, and so that hasn't been our practice in these virtual meetings. So we would stick to that policy of if you're not signed up, you don't get time granted to you.
You have the remaining time. If you choose to use it, if you can express those thoughts that she would have, that would be great.
Okay, well, that's very disappointing that you would wish to do that because her name was listed, and she does.
It was not.
It was not. I promise you. I'm not sure where that happened or where sometimes things do happen, but we do not have her name listed.
It is in the application that I submitted. I'll send it after. Next slide, please. Okay, so with the impact to Providence Road, what I'd like to remind City Council is it's not just this rezoning, but the cumulative impact of all of the rezonings that have been approved. And what I think most people don't realize is that traffic on Providence Road will increase by 40% from its current pre-COVID levels as to where it was today. It's a targeted capacity investment area. It has some of the highest incident of traffic accidents in the area, and this will produce 300 incremental trips per day. There is only one individual living who's out of the town most of the time at that corner today. So we do believe it's time to implement proper planning along Providence Road. Next slide, please. It's not only the cumulative impact on Providence Road as well as the increased traffic, but it's the interference with the intersection. As you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, with 73 accidents at Providence and Alexander Ray Road, this is one of the most dangerous intersections in the area. We have concerns that the driveway stem entering into the community is a private road with no parking signs permitted, and therefore if someone stops a landscaping truck with a trailer perhaps, it will interfere with traffic on Providence Road. The left-hand lane, which you see in the middle picture on this slide for turning left onto Alexander Ray Road, already backed up beyond capacity today and interferes with the intersection, and adding these additional trips and U-turns will dramatically make the situation worse for the community. At rush hour, this intersection is rated F. Next slide, please. As I mentioned with the environment, we don't hear much consideration for these proposals with respect to schools. Ms. Mercé, I'll mention on her behalf, her children do go to public schools, and she's very familiar with the bus stop and the 6 buses that stop right nearby this community, right nearby this F intersection. It's only going to add to the danger. There's no safe place for a bus stop. There is a incremental cost of $569,000 for taxpayers with the capacity that will be needed with this development. 3 of 3 schools, including one that's not even built yet, are already over capacity. So I do as well hope that there's some comments and considerations for members of council as it relates to our school. Our proposal with 40 units rather than 45 would improve the situation for schools. Next slide, please. So our recommendation, we're here to try to improve this plan with what we're calling the 40-40 compromise, which is a maximum of 40 units rather than 45. A maximum of 40-foot heights rather than 44-foot heights, and a larger setback from Providence Road. We also wish council would consider a portion of this to be workforce or age-restricted housing. If the developer and petitioner is unwilling to compromise, then we hope you'll follow some of the points that we mentioned earlier with respect to this plan and vote no. Next slide. I believe if you hit play on this slide, if you're in slideshow mode, it might not be set up that way. We wish to, again, remind you that it's not just our voices, but the voices of Ms. Mercé and over 2,000 other community members that have grave concerns about this plan. With that, I believe you have this in an electronic copy as well, so I'll cede the 2 minutes back to Mr. McVean. Thank you.
Mr. McVean, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We appreciate Mr. Shotar's comments, and we have been working hard with the community to change the plan. As you saw in our presentation, it has been modified a number of times to address concerns. In terms of Mr. Shotar's comments, we are not anything like Providence Road. We have a total of 15 units on Providence Road in 3 separate buildings, maximum height of 44 feet or 3 stories. The building at Providence and Fairview is much larger than that. Height of 44 feet. We are, again, that's 4 feet higher than Mr. Shotar mentioned, but we've got extremely large, or we have very good separation, large separations for adjacent property owners, over 165 feet to the north, 110 feet to the east, which is our closest neighbor, and he is not opposed to the request, and 175 feet to the east. Benefits-wise, this does provide housing choice, housing variety, or different type of housing type for this area. It also makes streetscape improvements and works with CATS to provide enhanced bus service by providing additional bus stops. It's a small site. Also, it's consistent with the GDPs. The GDPs actually support 12 units to the acre. The proposed density here is 7.6 units to the acre. So there are policies, adopted council policies, and guidelines that would support greater density here. The number of units has been reduced to 45, which is 7.6 units to the acre, and again, supported by the GDPs. Traffic, CDOT will, as you will see in the staff analysis, indicates this is not a high injury intersection and not an intersection in their high congestion intersection list. In terms of stormwater, we believe we're very comparable. We're having to do stormwater water quality management similar to what a single-family development would do on this site, and that will be adhered to PCO guidelines. School, we are not impacting the middle school over by right development with no impact to the middle school.
Keith, your time's up.
Mr. McVean, your time is up. Thank you. All right, now we'll open it to the council for questions of the petitioner, the opponent, or the staff. Mayor Pro Tem.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I don't know if Mr. Driggs has comments. I wanted to hear his first before I comment. If he does, otherwise I'll go ahead. He's ready to speak. Mr. Driggs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's a lot to think about here. For the staff, I'm wondering, what is our objective reference on the height of the building? I mean, we're hearing objections to the height of the building. What reference do we have as to what is permissible and what is not?
So the ordinance would allow for up to 40 feet by right under the current zoning. The UR zoning actually allows heights over 40 feet. The further that you get away from the property lines, you can do a height increase. I believe it's 1 foot per every 10 feet away from the setback. I'd have to verify that with staff, but I know there is an ability to increase height as you get away from property lines in the UR district. And by this sense, they would actually be within those guidelines at 44 feet from, as far as I understand from staff's comments. So again, the 44 feet is higher than what's allowed by right, but it's within the allowance for the UR district. And actually, in some ways, they may be able to go taller than 44 in some cases or on some units, but they're capping it at 44 across the board.
So if you take that 1 foot for each distance, what kind of height would you get to for this development? You're saying it's benchmarked in terms of an extra foot as you get further away from the property line, is that right?
Yeah, I'd have to go and take a look at different units and see what they would come in at. I know previous iterations of this plan had heights up to 52 feet, which also would be somewhat consistent with UR in that transition, but I'd have to coordinate with staff and just really get an idea. The units on Providence may be allowed to be taller than the 44 just from where they are from the property lines, but without really getting down into the nuts and bolts of the zoning ordinance with staff, I'd probably have to do that in a follow-up report for you, Councilmember Driggs.
So, Mr. Chotard, what is the magic about 40 units? It seems to me that the difference between 40 and 45 shouldn't be a deal breaker, particularly because in this case, these units were removed, especially as they affect your property. So what is the science behind the suggestion that it should be 40 and not 45?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for asking. I'm getting an echo. Somebody's not muted. Thank you. The reason that we thought it would be better with slightly fewer units, if you look at those 3 perpendicular rows to the parallel look row along Providence Road, if the end units, 1 or 2 off the end, and of course we'd have to leave it to the petitioner because we're not drawing experts. If you were able to remove 1 or 2 off the end, you could push the units fronting Providence Road back further from the street curb. As of today, there is a chance this intersection will be widened in the future. A proposal was begun. I know funding is not there right now, but maybe not the entire street, but this intersection in particular does need widening. As I referenced, the left turn lane already is beyond capacity. If that were to happen and it were widened by 2 lanes before the adjustment they made as of today, which I'm not sure was, the buildings would be 6 feet from the sidewalk. So Councilmember Winston could fall over and probably hit his head on the building. It would be so close. So if they were to move, 3 units off the end or 5, and we were trying to get in that sweet spot for them to remove just enough that you could push the buildings back from Providence Road, which would be an absolute benefit for the entire community. And if I may, on the heights, again, this lot slopes over 100 feet. And so it's very difficult for us to know without a topography plan. I mean, there's a berm of around 8 feet right along Providence Road. So 44 feet is actually 52 right now as of today. I don't know if they plan to grade that down or not, but it's a lot higher than 44 feet today. Thank you.
All right. The issue of Providence Road keeps coming up. The staff is aware of this. We have asked, and I've discussed this with the pro tem as well, what reference we use. I mean, this is a small project, so the increment doesn't seem to be serious, but what is our benchmark in terms of recognizing the situation in Providence Road and setting limits or controlling what happens there? This is a staff question.
So I think, are you asking about the
so
road?
This is Lakeisha Hall with CDOT, and so Councilmember Driggs, this is a project that has a cross-section shown on the drawings of how there is a 64-foot separation from the median. And so that additional lane, if NCOT does request it, can be accommodated within the right-of-way that's there today. And so notwithstanding not having a full study in place, we do have that right-of-way to accommodate that additional lane and also the planning strip and also the sidewalk. So that's kind of just based on that analysis, and then also how the other UR2 zonings along Providence Road has been analyzed by City Council and also by staff. We feel that we have enough space in place for now.
And does the GDP actually address the question of traffic, or does that have more to do with density?
No, that gets more into density and design of the project more so than traffic. I think maybe the main transportation item in GDP is for, to try and establish some network of streets if possible, but it really gets into more design and density requirements.
So, Mr. Chotard, as I've told you, there are a lot of things about this proposal that are actually appealing and consistent with what we've done, but I'm going to follow up with you and look further into the question of the height and the frontage on Providence Road. And with that, for now, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driggs. Mr. Patton?
Can I just respond real quick? It looks like we've been talking with staff.
Sir.
Wait. We got too many. There are two conversations I couldn't hear. Mr. Driggs, did you have something else to say?
No, I was just saying that we can't have a conversation. I didn't ask a question, so I'm yielding to the next council member.
I understand.
I was
But Mr.
responding to
Patton
his height question.
The staff is responding to your.
Sorry, I thought that was one of the citizens. Go ahead.
No problem. So it looked like it would be up to 48 feet would be the max height for the project. So again, we're coming in at 44 proposed, 48 would be the max.
All right, well, we can talk about that further. Thank you for now. I'm done.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And thank you to everybody who presented on this. Let me just start with a couple things, I guess. I'm happy to see the change in this plan from what was originally proposed for rental units at more than double what this present rezoning request is for. So I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see that the road out onto Alexander has been removed. I am still very, very conflicted, as I say often, about any density on Providence Road that it doesn't take into account the rest of the density. And the bottom line is I'm upset about the fact that we still can't address Providence Road with some transportation solutions, because whereas this one doesn't get me worked up as much because 47 units or 45 units, whatever it is not going to have that much of an impact. The bottom line is we're going to continue to have these on Providence Road, and staff has got to get us an answer on what the plan, even if it's not funded, what the plan is going to be for Providence Road to alleviate traffic congestion. This is the problem we have even with our comp plan versus our mobility plan, is that the two aren't talking to each other, and we've got to start getting some solutions to these. So I'd like to say that I'm just happy that this has been reduced and that I'm on board, but I'm not 100% there yet. I think to be honest, I think that what it does do is it puts density per what we say we want in the comp plan. It puts density on a transit corridor. So that's good. But again, we need to address that transit corridor. I do like the reduction in density, but the topography is an issue that I also think we need to start addressing, because we've got to transition. When we're transitioning from traditionally single-family neighborhoods, and then all of a sudden you're putting up, 40, 45-foot buildings, you've got to look at that transition from that closest house to the development to that closest 45-foot building. And I can point out examples, in particular, the one on the corner of Croydon and Selwyn, where we've got probably a 40-some story building that is completely overshadowing the house next door. And I wonder what it's done to the property value of that house, because I'm not sure who would want to have that complete loss of daylight next door to them. So I would hope that staff would go back and take a closer look to the transition between the tallest building, given the topography, and the house next door. With regards to topography on Providence Road, I'm not really as concerned about that. It's more the transition. So I'll continue to hear from Mr. Driggs as he talks to the developer and see what might be done. But I would just ask staff to take a look at that topography and the transition to the house next door. And then also, hopefully, staff can address the transportation issue.
Ms. Watlington? I'm sorry, Ms. Watlington? Or Mr. Winston? We'll come back to Ms. Watlington. Mr. Winston?
Hey, I'm here. I was trying to press the space bar on my keyboard, but it wasn't letting me unmute.
Okay. Ms. Watlington?
Yeah, so my comments are along the lines of what Mayor Pro Tem was saying. Really, it gets to this question about, as we're planning, really sequencing and this whole idea of increasing density, but also investing in our infrastructure. And I agree with what's been said, that the urgency of now in regards to figuring those things out. I did want to understand a little bit more, what was the difference between the analysis that staff did that led to a recommendation versus the analysis that Chris Chotard did? Because based on what he's sharing, I feel like those are some of the same things that we look at from a staff perspective, but obviously leading to two different conclusions. And I'd like to understand a little bit more, I guess, from Ms. Hull, what was the perspective of staff? And then as a follow-up to that, as I think about 160, for instance, which is also in this key investment area from a congestion mitigation standpoint, can you compare and contrast this project with some of the things that we've seen on 160 that we know we're not recommending due to density?
So Councilmember Watlington, I'll answer for CDOT. So in regards to the cumulative impacts, there are other roads that will be able to distribute the trips. And so that all the trips will not land on Providence Road. And so I definitely understand the increase in trips across multiple rezonings, but we are getting connectivity with the construction of new roads. And so that's something to also take into consideration. This petition is entitled for a little bit over 200 daily trips as of today. And so the additional delta that they're requesting is a little bit more than 100 more daily vehicle trips added for the rezoning. And so the PM and AM peak hour impacts are roughly about 4 or 5 additional cars adding to the peak areas. Our assessment also required looking at safety measures and accident data at Providence Road and Alexander Road. So we spent a lot of time just trying to see what are the movement patterns on Providence Road, what impacts may happen if you have pedestrians, people taking transit, if you have motorists all trying to move at the same time. And so that was part of our recommendation of saying this is how you can uncouple some of the different modes. So we spent some time working with the petitioner and the community members and just kind of looking at the analysis and some of the information that Mr. Charter showed tonight.
And if I could respond, Councilmember Watlington, I think Ms. Hull and planning did an excellent job with the tools that they have. However, the standard for
Mr.
measurement
Chotard.
could be.
Sorry, you have to
Mr.
stop,
Chotard,
sir.
no, thank you.
This is when the council members direct a question to the staff, she'd have to redirect the question to you. So my question would be, Ms. Watlington, would you like to hear from the opponents? Yes. Okay. You have to ask for that, and so that we follow the rules. So otherwise it just kind of becomes everybody's responding to every other without any order. All right. So Mr. Chotard.
Yes, apologies, Councilmember Watlington. I thought you had addressed it to both. I was just saying that I thought that staff did an outstanding job at CDOT and planning with the tools that they have. The way that I would measure an increase in traffic is a bit different than Ms. Hull. It would be from the number of cars that are on the road today, not what may be there in the future, which is an incremental 300 trips, 100% onto Providence Road. And with respect to the GDP, perhaps one other slight difference is I understand the GDP matrix does support higher density, and that was what Mr. Pettin had referred to earlier, that it is within the 8. However, there is a constraint in the GDP of the consideration of whether the density will have a negative impact on the area. So in this case, it does require some interpretation of the GDP, and that's where we're not necessarily directing it to planning. We're directing it to council and the thousands of community members who are telling you our feedback. Thank you.
Ms. Hull, did you have anything?
So I just wanted to continue to commend all the work that Mr. Chartered has done. And so the analysis was done by several engineers here at CDOT, and then we also worked very close with the state in making sure what we provided in our report was reflective of our position on mitigating the impacts.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I did want to reply because the Mayor Pro Tem asked the staff, when can we fix Providence Road? I think we're going to have to take that up. It's very hard when people don't, when all of these roads look like ours because there are people, our residents, driving on them. But I think that before we go there, we're probably going to have to do something with the state to say, is this something that we can do, or is it possible or feasible? So I want to make sure that we're pretty clear that we can't redesign Providence. We'd have to work with the state DOT, and it's just a tough time when there's no money and no really good way to get in a queue for something like that, considering all the needs that the state has. So we hope that the residents understand we are trying really hard to figure out mobility, and we would love to put more buses on the streets, more opportunities for other kinds of fixes that might help us out. But again, we don't have the new buses, enough buses for our 15 minutes, and we don't have the ability to do a lot of the congestion traffic management as we hope. So I just want to let the residents know we're trying really hard on mobility to figure out a way to move us around better. So with that, I'm going to recognize Mr. Winston.
Well, thank you. Well, I might just join the chorus a little bit. I'll try not to. I'll try to take a little bit of a different angle. But I did meet with both the petitioner and the community around this. And my suggestion to both is to please continue working together to figure some things out, because I think there's an ability to get to a common sense agreement moving forward. We've already seen some work, and hopefully we just keep going further. With that said, some of the things that I told both the community as well as the petitioner, it's really hard for you each to hold each other accountable for this traffic situation. This is something that you really need to be looking to us to handle. No solution is going to be figured out with the developer input on a property like this, but there could be some improvement. But if there is no development, nothing is going to change, and nothing is going to stay the same. Staff, I would say one thing that I heard the community say that really does put them between a rock and a hard place, and it's hard for me as a council member to hear constituents kind of complain like this. In that, and at one point in time, they're talking about congestion and traffic moving too slow. And their inabilities to kind of move in and out their properties. But at the same time, I was hearing from parents that traffic moves too fast around the times when their children are getting on and off the school bus. So again, I encourage them to find ways to work with the petitioner to find perhaps is there a solution to help with that situation. But I think that this is something that we need to be attentive to try to, work with both the petitioner and the community to see if that there's something that we can work on with them with. I also agree with what Mayor Pro Tem said. I think there's the community brought up some questions about runoff. About stormwater and the impacts of changing the topography. I will also say that in meeting with the petitioner, before I met with the community, that they did seem to be thinking about this and putting some real effort into the work. So again, staff, I think this is where you come in, especially for us, to help us think about as we make this decision. What is truth? What are the potential impacts? and what are the things that we might not be thinking about right now. I did have a question about the bus stop. Again, I thought that this was something that could help with the speed and speed mitigation on Providence Road, but it also could greatly impact congestion. Can CATS talk about the potential placement of that bus stop? Is there any back of the curb space, any kind of like a pull-in, or is this entire lane going to be blocked when people get on and off the bus? I know I might have said 3 different departments there, but if I'll turn it over to staff after those comments that I just made.
Does CDOT have any information from CATS? Otherwise, we may, or the planning, we may have to come back on that one, Mr. Winston. I don't think we have an answer for that right now.
Yes, we can put that in the follow report, Mayor, and also Councilmember Winston, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up item. All right. Mr. Winston, did you have anything else?
No, I think I've told staff the things that I would like them to get back to us on. I think that's all I have.
Mr. Phipps.
Thank you. I actually have a question to Charlotte Water. If are they in attendance on this meeting?
They're not here, so we can follow up with theirs. What's your question? Mr. Patton will make sure that gets addressed.
Well, I wanted them to provide some context and assurance that that the existing 8-inch water distribution main along Providence and the 12-inch water main along Alexander is sufficient, given the increase in density from 2 houses on the site to the 45 so proposed.
Okay.
So it's going to be a lot of flushing and brushing going on, and I just want to know, is that infrastructure sufficient?
Got it. Anything else, Mr. Phipps?
That's it.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we show Mr. Chowder's slide, his presentation? He had one of the slides that, I don't know if it was a pros and cons, but I wanted to see the slide that.
Take it up and pull it up momentarily.
Okay. One of the things he said is that, I believe he said that there were 70-some accidents at this intersection. I thought that he said it was a high impact intersection, but Mr. McVeigh said specifically that it was not. So I wanted to ask our CDOT department, Ms. Hull, or if she can define what a high, or what qualifies as a high injury intersection.
Okay, Nicole, did you hear the question from Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I did. Thank you for that. So for clarification, the intersection is not at a high injury network, which means that there have been no fatalities or serious injuries within the last 7 years. And so that's how we quantify a high injury area. And so if there are crashes or collisions, they could be because someone ran a red light, or there could be some other things that happened. But that's how we were able to assess this area of not being a high injury intersection.
Okay.
So I asked Choder a question. Can you give the number of accidents you said have been at the intersection?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that slide was up, and it was 76 over the past 3 years. Is that right, Ms. Hull? I'm flipping to it myself. 73, I'm sorry. Which, when you compare it, I know everything's in proportion to something else, but we did compare it to the nearest 7 or 8 intersections. So, for example, Arboretum and Providence Road, 56. Providence Road, Ray Alexander Road, 73. It is F-rated at rush hour. It does back up well beyond the intersection, so it is absolutely an issue. And another thing that we haven't touched on is the driveway stem, which is a private road. So there will be no control for Ms. Hull or CDOT to enforce traffic signs there. And I thought Mr. Winston, Councilmember Winston, had an excellent question as well about the bus stops. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
So Ms. Hall, can you clarify that? So if there were one fatality or two serious injuries, then it would be qualified as a high injury network, but there are 73 accidents. So can you help me understand that, please?
Well, yes, and I'm more than happy to put more information on follow-up report, but just to kind of assess it a little bit. So rear ends also are considered. And so once again, it's basically just how people are moving through the intersection. And that's one reason why we decided not to have an access point on Alexander, because of all the movement issues that were happening at that intersection and the sight distance issues on Alexander Road. So we were very clear of how the site engineering and how the entrances should function. And so the number of accidents, and so every intersection has accident data. And so that kind of just tells you what is happening. We actually have screenshots of what that looks like when the accidents does happen. And so we were able to assure that no fatalities or no serious injuries were happening at that intersection.
So is 73 in 3 years, is that pretty significant in comparison to other intersections?
Yeah, I would have to look and see what other intersections and the average and see what that is and provide a follow-up report if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I just want to say what the other council members have said as far as the infrastructure not keeping up with the development. I said the same thing about, Sugar Creek, and Ms. Watlington talks about 160 and Providence Road, and I just want to just remind that my colleagues that we are the ones that are making the decisions to continue to approve these. This growth is not happening upon us, so we're apologizing that we don't have the infrastructures, that the schools are overcrowded, that that all these unintended consequences, but we have the ability, I would think, as council members to control some of that. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions around the difference between 40 and 45 and the height were addressed by Mr. Driggs. And so I'll work with Mr. Driggs on this petition. But I hope over the next couple of weeks, petitioner and the neighborhood works together to build consensus and works with Mr. Driggs closely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. We've been having this same conversation for several years, many years. And I think the punchline here is no one's coming to save us. No one's coming to save with some magical solution, the Providence Road corridor, or any of the other over 25% across our entire city major intersections that are in a failing grade from a volume to capacity ratio. We are not going to have some magical rail solution, particularly here, but anywhere, to be honest, that's going to substantially move people in a way where it solves congestion. We're not going to widen Providence Road to any material level that's going to solve it. We are, unless we come up with something, and again, we're also not going to have anything in this current 2040 comp plan that remotely addresses it. So we're sitting here having the same conversations, and it's just overly frustrating to me because we continue to ask and plead with staff. And to be honest, we need disruptive innovations here that are going to solve for things like this, because we're not going to pave or plan our way out of it right now. And when we think about policy statements and where we are, we can either approve more density, which is arguably something with a scalpel, obviously, that we need to do, but it creates the same challenges that folks like Mr. Chotard and others are bringing to our doorstep, or we can stop, and that will ultimately push it out along Providence and other corridors, and we just replace one problem with another, which is sprawl. And the same choke points happen and the same congestion happens. So we have to come to a solution. And I think the punchline of the point I want to relay, and hope staff hears me, but I hope staff engages with us as we start innovating, is it's not widening, it's not rail, and it's not our current plan or coming plan that's in place that's going to solve this for us. We have to think innovatively and disrupt disruptively for how people are going to move 10, 20, and 30 years from now and solve for it. And in the interim, we have to make a decision. Are we going to one-off kind of cherry pick and say which one of these proposals we like and don't like from developers? And in this case, I use the simple mantra, if they at least at a minimum mitigate the per trip impacts that they're bringing to the table and make some kind of improvement to the betterment, well, they've solved the problem they've brought to the table, and it's just our problem that's left, and that's okay. If we're moving past that, I think we have to, again, say, all right, because it's either a moratorium on development, on congested intersections and corridors in this city, or it's some kind of way where builders and developers can keep doing what they're doing while we solve these problems. So I am doing work and attempting to find solutions. I'm in the process of trying to engage the boring company to come and see things like tunneling. We have some ideas on the first ever tunnel underpasses under our most congested intersections that I'm talking with CDOT about, as well as the boring company and others. Like, this is the kind of things that we have to think about and infuse into disruptive innovations into our approach, or we're just going to keep having the same conversation over and over again because nothing's coming to save us. So I hope we all remember and stay consistent that we can't put our problems at the doorstep of developers as long as they are in good faith mitigating at least the impacts they're making. And it's as long as this continues on, it's a failure of us to solve for these things in the approaches that we're taking.
So thank you, Mr. Bakari. It reminds me of the Boston Big Dig. You know, they had no place else to go, nothing else that they could possibly do. And if we're not going to have a city that's growing, and how do we manage what we have? And I'm not sure that we can even stop growth, as you say. There are consequences for everything. So when we're doing this, it's really a question of our ability to see and understand what our choices are. And I appreciate the way that you look at it, but I tell you, the biggest choice that you have is to pay for it. And that decision has to be made by people willing to invest not just today, but 10, 20, 30 years out. And until you can look at disruption methodologies all that you want, but until it actually gets real in terms of how you're going to buy it or pay for it, then that's when people begin to bring you real solutions to the table. And right now we don't have that. It's not like we can go out and say, I want a great vacation, but I only want to go and spend, $2. That's what we talk about a lot. We want a great city, but right now we're not willing to spend the money that's going to be necessary to build a great city. And then the final thing I would say is that we only build this in a way that helps the region grow. Because as you say, Providence Road is the gateway to Union County. And so how do we deal with that? And it's just very, very difficult unless we get serious about it. So great appreciation. I don't think that there are any other people to speak about this. So with that, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second, Isel.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. And so with that, thank you for a great start for this item. I think it's really been a good discussion for everyone as well. And for both the petitioner and the opponents, I think you handled your arguments so well that you've given us a lot to think about. Maybe we won't be able to get to the place that we can do something about it, but I want to appreciate the way that you have addressed each other and made this possible to happen. All right. We have a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is item 23, petition 2020-190 by Northwood Raven for approximately 1.3 acres on the west side of South Kings Drive. in near Charlottetown. It's in District 1. The current zoning is mixed-use development optional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of the petition on the resolution of outstanding issues around transportation, site, and building design. So we have 3 speakers, Mr. Brown, Mr. Lynn, Miss Lynn, sorry, Brittany, and Mr. Raven. So we'll hear from the staff, and then we'll have the petitioner. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-90, 1.3 acres, South Kings Drive, the Metropolitan Mixed Use Center. The current zoning, as mentioned, is MUD O. The proposed zoning with this petition is to do a site plan amendment to the original MUD O zoning. And so we have a MUD O site plan amendment. This is from the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Plan, which was adopted in 2012. That plan recommends office and residential as amended by petition 2014-030, which established the project that we now see out there on Metropolitan Avenue. The proposal for the site plan amendment is to allow up to 330 multifamily dwellings, which would be allowed in the MUD district. Illustrates other changes as a result of the site plan amendment in order to accommodate the proposed development, including some potential removal, of landscape island and lighting near the roundabout. Also adds that architectural lighting to be allowed on the building facade. Those would be the major changes from the original site plan approved. Obviously, like I said, the 330 multifamily dwelling units is the big change from the original. I think it was 175 hotel rooms that would have been in the building on this part of the project. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to work through. As mentioned, it is consistent with the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Area Plan with that residential and office land use recommendation that was amended through that 2014 rezoning that established the Metropolitan Project. So with that, I would turn it over to the project team, and we'll take any questions following their presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Colin Brown with Alexander Ricks on behalf of the petitioner. Thank you. Good overview from Dave. I think it's pretty straightforward. Always have a hard time initiating the slide change. Sorry. I'm now the presenter. Thank you. Okay, property location. As Dave mentioned, this is the Metropolitan. This is, I guess, the last undeveloped parcel of that project, just over 1 acre. There is the look at it from Kings Drive. This council, and maybe Mr. Phipps, maybe you were on when this came through, 5, 6, 7 years ago. It was a rezoning approved for this is parcel D. And so the current zoning, to be clear, the current zoning allows, there's some transfers that were allowed, but today, a developer could build 180 multifamily units and 150 hotel rooms. So that's 330 total once you count the apartments, or the multifamily, and the hotel rooms. And that building could be up to 285. So that was approved years ago. That's what's approved now. As y'all probably all know, no one is building hotels in this market. So the question, Northwood, my client, has recently purchased the rest of this portion of the Metropolitan. So they own the offices, the retail there, and they thought it would make a lot of sense for their investment if they bought this parcel too, developed it together. They obviously have common interest in improving all of that. So now the same developer that owns the rest of the Metropolitan owns this. There is no demand for those hotel units. So the request is to convert, instead of building hotel units, that they be allowed to build residential units instead, not increasing height, not increasing the total number, just going from hotel units to residential units. So that is the only change. We're not changing height. We're not backing off on the design standards and the same commitments to the park. We think this is a great site for that. So if you all did not approve this, then obviously we could not convert those hotel units. Someone could build 180 multifamily units tomorrow that would probably look like every other 180 unit, 5-story stick-built apartment we've had. We think this is a fantastic location. As you all are struggling about where does density go, this is a great location. New rooftops there support that retail, which needs it. There are 3 parks within walking distance. You've got the Greenway. That's the best one of the best greenways in the city. It links directly to Atrium, the largest employer in Mecklenburg County. So you're walking distance to employment, grocery. I don't mean a long walk. I mean, you go downstairs and you're there. Also, if they're able to invest in this, this would allow, I think everyone's least favorite parking deck in the city of Charlotte. Everyone knows it's right there. This type of investment in this deal would allow them to do, some greater investment in that to bring that retail along. That site has been sitting currently vacant since last time, so we think this is a great parcel for that. We hope that you'll support
Thank you
that.
very much, Mr. Brown. So Mr. Driggs and I were on council at this time, and I recall the discussion being not that that it was really good to have 330 apartment units. I think the question was that the apartment unit size and the people that were at that time living next door were feeling like, at least with the hotel, not every room would be filled every night. So it wasn't ever envisioned. If my recall is correct, Mr. Phipps, I don't know, Mr. Driggs, I thought maybe, but I remember the thing was based on 155 apartment units, how many people would be living there, moving around the property at the time, and the hotel room was never anticipated to be full 365 days out of the year with people there. And I thought there was a complete design for the front of the hotel that would alleviate some of the traffic and how people would come in and out. Not to say that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that when the decision was made, it wasn't like, well, you can just trade off a hotel room for an apartment. And I don't know how that translates in terms of this, but 300 daily trips for 330 units is a little bit different than trips for 50 apartments and then hotel rooms being separate. But I haven't seen how this works. And the other thing about this, just as a reminder, because this really helps us in the conversations we're having, that property got that number of rooms because the apartments that were to be built on the site where the Target is weren't built, and when acquired, all of the rights to build the number of units for that, is it MUD, Dave, got pushed onto like the size of this parcel. I mean, it was really a big decision, and the hotel is considered, I think, the best because the apartments that were supposed to be built over by the Target and Wendy's and all of that, those units were supposed to go over there, but when the person acquired it, they got the rights to build, and that's how we got to where we are. It just shows you that some of these things these decisions are long-lasting, and just wanted to make sure that we didn't just look at it as the decision was not made for the apartments. They would have liked to have had the apartments then, and that wasn't the decision that was supported, in my recollection. So we have Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I think you've kind of addressed some of my questions. Honestly, I just wish you guys would leave it green. I realize that's not a choice we have, but it's a heavily pedestrian activated area. It's just too bad to see it go to a parking garage with apartments, but
that's a tough go. All right, Mr. Eggleston.
Well, with what the Mayor Pro Tem just said, I've got a couple comments, but Colin, pull back up the site plan, please.
Do you want that or do you want aerial?
Well, yeah, I mean, so it's not taking away the entirety of that. It's not taking away the entirety of that park. We're talking about I'm trying to pull up on Google Maps too, but
That's correct. The park is over here. The park that most people frequent here. This is the area. And
this lot that you're developing is not part of a park. It's literally just a grass field that doesn't actually have any utilization.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, so I wanted to clear that up because there is a small park, Midtown Park, to the left as you view this slide. It's over here. You can kind of see, I think, a little bit of a shade structure. It's now you've spun me around.
Sorry, this is where it is.
Yeah. So yeah, the Gold Star, the park is beneath the Gold Star. So this is not something that, other than people kind of maybe wandering their dogs over there when they walk them, but there's still the park and still the Greenway. And I spend a decent amount of time in that area of my district, and I have hardly, if ever, seen anyone standing on this parcel. But I think, particularly in a time when the city, we're considering adopting a plan that envisions significantly more density in our city, I can't think of a place where density makes more sense than 3 blocks from our Gold Line streetcar that's about to come online, 3 steps from the Greenway, and literally in the shadow of Uptown. So to me, the density piece, if it doesn't make sense here, then it doesn't make sense hardly anywhere. And the only real concerns I've heard from folks in that metropolitan community have been around the height, which, as was said, was already approved. So the height's approved. This is just a change of use because of a need to pivot due to COVID. And there has been a lot of retail that's closed there. Several eating and drinking establishments have closed there. Several retail outlets have closed there. And so as nice of a development as the Metropolitan is, it has not had the density to support the retail that is a key part of that project. And so to me, this strengthens the retail presence there and the viability of retail and food and beverage establishments. It puts more people on the greenways. It puts more people on the streetcar. I think it makes sense. And had the height not been approved already, we could maybe have a debate around that. Since it has been, that to me would be the only debatable point. And I think this seems appropriate. I see some other hands up though, but I'm fine to defer to others' questions, and then I might have something before we close.
All right, Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, I can recall part of the discussion with this petition back in the day was people were upset that their view of the skyline would be obstructed with the addition of construction on this parcel. But apart from that, I recall back in 2005 and talking to Mr. Pappas at the time, I broached up even then the possibility of having some affordable units in the Metropolitan. But and it's since this proposal calls for increasing the number of apartment units there. I read in the minutes where there's still no desire or no inclination to include any type of affordable units within this mix at the Metropolitan. So, I guess I just bring that up. This affordability thing has been going on quite a while, even back, 15 years ago or so ago. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs?
Just trying to unmute. Thank you, Mayor. Mm-hmm. My recollection of the conversation back then is similar to yours. I'm not sure if we got the exact breakdown on traffic, and of course it was a different context then. But what I see in this current proposal is that the by right traffic trips are about 2,300 and the hotel trips would be 1,800. So it looks like compared to what was previously approved in terms of traffic, this might actually be an improvement. My recollection of the conversation we had then was that the height was considered breathtaking at the time. And there was a lot of discussion about whether that height was appropriate at that location. But again, that's kind of a done deal. And I guess I'm interested to know from the staff, am I reading this right? That if the tandem of apartments and hotel had been built, that would be a 2,400 trip event. And this is an 1,800 trip solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So in traffic terms, we're ahead of what we approved then. I think there's a case to be made for being sensitive to the realities of the market as well. If we hold out for what we approved way back then under current conditions, we're probably out of step with the commercial reality. I mean, I need to study this further, and I'll have some other questions outside the meeting. But my first reaction would be to be sympathetic to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. From looking at this plan, I think this is, I support this. It looks better than what was originally approved, to Mr. Drigg's point, in terms of traffic, and even in terms of trying to put more, or trying to have more development closer to greenways and parks and so on. So, I mean, I don't have any questions here, though I'm not clear on some of the details, and I'll reach out to Mr. Brown about some of those questions. But from what I see, I actually support this.
So I didn't intend to, by telling the story, imply that it's not something worthy of support. It was just the history of what had happened. But I do want to say this, that we just finished talking about disruptive. And if you'll remember, if you're next to a greenway, the question for me would be, are there opportunities to build places where people could have bikes or not have a car at all? And are we willing to go with something like that? This isn't on the developer. The question that I would have is that something that we could say there doesn't have to be as many cars in this apartment complex because it is close proximity to grocery stores. It's a 5-minute neighborhood, not a 10-minute neighborhood. And we have the ability to make utilization of our greenway. So it's not that I'm saying that, I was just saying that this is the history. It's not, what I worry more about is that many of us go down there, and I know it says that the traffic trips or whatever, but 1,800 trips, if everybody's coming in from 8 to 5 or on a schedule like that, and that intersection at Midtown and cutting through the Midtown, I don't know what improvements Northwood Raven has for this, but I certainly know that that bridge and the number of pedestrians, I see people fly through that Kings Drive pedestrian interchange, pedestrian crossing all the time. And it's a route that I take sometimes going home. So I'm just wondering if there are some opportunities to really look at this, because it is so much of an urban environment, what could be possibly done that would not create even 800 trips a day at 330, but perhaps make it a walkable community, because I can't imagine what's going on with the location across the street, that is going to be any more than just building the congestion that we're talking about on Providence Road. When you look at that, when you look at the streets coming around that property right now. So I would encourage us to try to think through disruptive, I don't like it being disruptive, but collaborative opportunities to actually reduce the amount of vehicle storage that we have to build on something like this. So it's just my thought. Ms. Johnson, and I'm not going to say anything else about it. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are great points, Mayor. Thank you. Speaking of disruptive and innovative, I would concur with what Councilmember Phipps said. When I envisioned the comprehensive plan and the 10-minute neighborhoods and close to retail and close to transportation and greenway, that's where I thought that our goal was to increase the affordable or workforce housing. So I don't know. That just seems like what we say that we are working towards. So I know that we may not. I would just add that. I think this would be a great location, and if this developer doesn't do that, I don't know if the city has some other opportunities. But this is when we hear about the comprehensive plan. This is the exact area that I would think that we would really encourage workforce housing, because it is close to transportation and grocery store, and just removes the barriers for so many trying to move up the, you know, the economic ladder. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have anyone else. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing
Motion to
for
close.
this?
Second,
Mr. Eggleston has a motion to close. Mr. Driggs,
I
second.
need a second.
All right, any discussion? Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton, Ms. Watlington,
Just one more thing. No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
All right. The next item on our agenda is item number 44. And it is for petition 2020-195 by Smith Southeast Development for approximately 2.9 acres on the south side of Ray in District 7. The current zoning is neighborhood business conditional and proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution on site and building design, transportation and environment, and technical revisions on site and building design. And we have on this item, we have Mr. Brown, Ms. Lenz, Mr. Smith, Mr. Osborne, Lynn Leslie, and then against is Alan Atkins. So we have 10 minutes each side and with the staff's presentation. So Mr. Pettin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-195, just under 3 acres on Ray Road, currently zoned B1 conditional, and is proposed zoned for UR2 conditional. The South District Plan recommends single-family homes to 3 units per acre for the site. Again, with that district plan being from 1993, we apply the general development policies, which do support the density that's being requested, which is about 8.9 dwelling units per acre for this project. The project is proposing up to 26 single-family attached dwellings. Max building height here would be 45 feet. We do have architectural standards being proposed that would relate to building materials, raised entrances, pitched roofs, and other items. Provides a 20-foot landscape area around the perimeter of the site, planted to a Class C buffer. That would be the standard for abutting the single-family residential uses. Also, an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk would be constructed along the site's frontage on Ray Road. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design, transportation, environment, and some technical revisions to be addressed. The petition is inconsistent with the South District Area Plan, but it is consistent with the general development policies, which do support the requested density of 8.9 dwelling units per acre. Staff will be happy to take any questions following presentations by both parties. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brown, do you want to start us off, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, council members, Colin Brown again on behalf of the petitioner, Smith Southeast Development. On the heels of the robust discussion of the Providence Road townhome rezoning just a few items earlier, I do want to draw some distinctions between this site and that one, though Providence Road is that direction up Ray Road. So here we have just under 3 acre site. It has been used for commercial purposes for several decades, was a commercial nursery. Virtually the entirety of the site was used for those purposes. Additionally, as we talk, this is certainly not the metropolitan, but as we talk about our 5- and 10-minute neighborhoods, directly across the street here, literally right across the street, this is a Harris Teeter anchored shopping center. So this is walkable to grocery, walkable to food and beverage, a lot of walkable amenities. In addition, in the other direction, we've got some schools that are pretty proximately located. So very well located. Also, adjacent to the site, we have multifamily attached housing at this location, then behind the Teeter Center, and kind of off my map, but on Dave's map, there's a good amount of townhomes. So really looking at an infill opportunity here, 3 acres of infill development, and have been working on a plan for this site for some time. This is actually there's a look at the property from Ray Road. Some of the things we'll be talking about are streetscape improvements. You can see This nursery has been there for many years, no curb, no gutter, no sidewalks. And so this plan will provide those as an enhancement. You can see a little bit of the townhomes that were recently built next door. So again, current zoning on the property, it's currently zoned B1CD. So it's got a commercial zoning. It's got a very detailed site plan that only allows this nursery use. But we would be rezoning from that commercial zoning down to a UR2. So I do think that's a down zoning. From a traffic perspective, we're also going from fewer trips from the commercial zoning to residential. Also not having the big trucks that were coming in for deliveries, and also no skid steers and other tows running around on the site. So I think there's a step down in intensity. Others may disagree with that, but that gives you a little bit of perspective from what's going on out there. This is the second rezoning petition that I've worked on this site in the past year. You all may have recalled there was a very hotly discussed rezoning on this very parcel in the early part of 2020. Looking at the site, I know that the conversations we always have in South Charlotte in this area is our concerns about traffic and school impact. So that rezoning that we proposed last year, we initially posed a self-storage proposal on the site because we knew that would generate very few trips, have no school impact, and we could actually have big buffers and a lot of green space. There was resounding feedback from the community that they did not want the self-storage use. They did not want commercial uses south of Ray Road, and really wanted development of this parcel to be residential in character. I think there was generally an acknowledgement that if this property were developed as residential, it would probably not be single-family residential on this infill site. So here we are several months later with a new rezoning, the one that you're looking at here for attached housing on the site. This is the initial site plan, which included 28 townhomes, and we do have residential uses around the site. At this location here, we've got multi-townhomes like us, but then we have single-family homes in this location, And, frankly, we've had a lot of conversations with the neighbors. There are concerns about this use in their backyard. So we've had a lot of conversation about proximity, height, design. This was our original plan with 28 townhomes. The area where we were closest to some adjoining property owners were in this location here. So this was our initial plan that we came to the neighborhood with. We held at least 3 meetings on the original storage rezoning. Since then, because there was so much community involvement, I think this team has really gone above and beyond on outreach to the neighbors. I know that, and I certainly don't think we've satisfied everyone or maybe anyone, but we've done a lot. We started in November with some introductory meetings with the neighbors to let them know that we were coming. We did a broader outreach meeting mid-November. We did on-site meetings where we walked the property with the neighbors in December, held our official community meeting in January, and then had a follow-up in February, and have had multiple conferences with the neighbors. I hope there will be acknowledgement from some of the speakers that progress has been made. Again, I don't think that we've made all the people happy, but I hope that they'll acknowledge an evolution. So based on that feedback, the revised plan that we're bringing to you for hearing tonight, we reduced the number of units from 28 to 26. We've removed the dumpster location. This would have rollout. However, staff may very well tell us we've got to show a dumpster location in any event. We've shifted our units away. It's a tight site, and we've got neighbors on 3 sides. So Mr. Atkins' residence is here. You may hear from him this evening. We've shifted our buildings away from them a little bit, turned it so he's not looking at the side of the building. We've added the pedestrian refuge at Ray Road. So you can see here that we are getting some improvements. There will be a left turn lane to serve this development, and then ped refuge, not only for our folks, but for the neighbors so they can get safely, hopefully from our side of the road to the Harris Teeter Center to make this more walkable. There's a look at that location here. Another item you may hear about, we've talked a lot about, is this site, even though it was a nursery, it was pretty much impervious. And the commercial nursery was developed before the city of Charlotte or Mecklenburg County had any requirements for stormwater treatment. So it is virtually impervious. The entire site is now virtually impervious, and there are no stormwater ponds. So all that stormwater sheet flows there to probably Mr. Atkins and his neighbor's backyard. So that's a major concern for the neighbors. I think those concerns are real. The new plan, obviously we would meet PCC codes. So we're talking about having water quality BMP on site. You can see them here. And we've also had conversations with neighbors. It's our understanding there is and Jeff Orsborn with Orsborn is on if you have technical questions, but there is understanding is there is a city stormwater line in this area. And one option, if we can work with the neighbors, would be to pipe our stormwater from our ponds to the city outfall and really solve that problem. So we've committed to work on those issues if the neighbors will work with us on that. This is a look. The other conversation that we talked a lot about is, hey, what am I going to see from my backyard? And though it has been a commercial nursery, I think they're not getting the bright lights at night, but we are developing residences here. There will be buildings where there are not as many buildings now. And so conversations with the neighbors are ongoing between the development team and the neighbors, showing here a proposed landscape exhibit. This has been sent to the neighbors, but we did not show this in our most recent community meetings, really showing some enhanced plantings to give screening to Mr. Akin and some others. Here's a cross section so you can see the proposal would be an 8-foot fence at the property line, then with evergreen shrubs, large maturing trees, and evergreen trees to give a vegetative wall in addition to the 8-foot wall. And this is a look at the landscape exhibit. So this is a comparison between the two. This is where we started. This is the current plan. Again, you can see how these units in this location, these two units went away entirely. These units shifted this direction to try to give Mr. Akin a little bit more room and separation and give us a little bit more area to screen and landscape that. This is a look at it placed on the site plan. To me, I don't think it looks dramatically different from the more recent townhome development, just I guess north and east of the site here, just on a little bit larger scale. But again, this look gives you a good view of the proximity to that neighborhood shopping center, which is now conveniently located. And with the pet islands will be more accessible, as well as the sidewalk improvements that we will be doing to connect to some of the existing sidewalk infrastructure. With that, I'll pause.
All right. All right, so we will go to the speaker in opposition. Alan Akin, you have 10 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and zoning committee members. My name is Alan Akin, and I'm representing myself and my neighbors in the Canterbury neighborhood bordering the proposed townhome development. My aim with this brief presentation is to express our concerns over the proposed development and to request the committee's consideration of our suggested changes to the site plan submitted by the petitioner. So I understand there's a strong economic incentive to build these kinds of high-density townhome developments, resulting in the placement of units as well as roads and driveways close to the property lines with adjacent homeowners. This one is no different. However, the impact to the surrounding homeowners should be carefully considered. The zoning represents a significant change. The proposed UR-2 conditional zoning itself contains very few specifics, leaving the setback and buffer requirements undefined. As such, the Charlotte Planning Department decides what is acceptable on a case-by-case basis. This means that if the petitioner meets the guidance set by the Planning Department, there's no incentive for the petitioner to address concerns of the affected property owners. My neighbors and I had several concerns with the proposed development, which we have expressed to the petitioner and summarize here. First and foremost, the proposed townhomes, cul-de-sac, and driveway will be located extremely close to the property line and will result in a loss of privacy. The current B1 conditional zoning requires structures to be placed not within 50 feet of the property line and requires a buffer that ranges from a minimum of 20 feet to 40 feet or more. The proposed zoning and site plan will place structures 30 feet from the property line, and the cul-de-sac and driveway shown here will be only 20 feet off the property line. In addition, the elevation of the parcel is approximately 10 to 15 feet higher than the Canterbury homes where the cul-de-sac and the last few units are located, meaning the townhomes will tower over the Canterbury neighbors and car headlights will be directed into our backyards and into our bedrooms at night. We also have concerns about traffic noise and safety of young children playing in these backyards. Lastly, we have concerns about exterior lights on the townhomes and street lights, and we would like to avoid as much light pollution as practical. Next slide, please. To help address these concerns, we have asked the petitioner to construct an 8-foot-high, non-wood, solid barrier constructed of brick or similar materials running the length of the Canterbury property line and installed on the townhome side of the 20-foot buffer. This barrier will block some noise and light, particularly car headlights. It will also provide some level of privacy and security for the Canterbury residents. Next slide, please. Here's a profile view of the same proposed barrier. Note the elevation difference and the relative height of the structure. Also, see how close the proposed townhome is to the property line in comparison to the single-family home shown here. The 3-story townhome is about 35 feet from the property line, while the 2-story home is about 48 feet from the property line. Taking the elevation difference into account, the height of the single-family home is about half the height of the townhome. It's important that the proposed barrier be placed on the townhome side of the buffer because of the elevation difference. It will block more of the noise and light at the higher elevation. And by the way, if you look at this in the 15-foot there, the driveway will actually be right up against that 8-foot barrier. Next slide, please. So prior to making your final decision, please consider the impact this rezoning will have on the neighboring properties with single-family homes. This development actually will have almost 9 units per acre. The petitioner did eliminate 2 small units. However, more revisions are needed to the site plan. To be clear, we would very much prefer that the petitioner reduce the number of units and provide more reasonable setbacks for roads, driveways, and structures. And if we follow the ratio proposed by one of the other petitions I heard tonight, 2020-103 rezoning petition, which has 7.6 units per acre, the number of units for this development would change from 26 to 22, a more reasonable density for this site. And actually, more than I was requesting from the petitioner, which was to eliminate only 2 units at the end of the development. However, unless the petitioner reduces the number of units and provides greater setback from the property line with our neighborhood, we are making the following request. Do not approve the rezoning petition without requiring an 8-foot-high, non-wood barrier, solid barrier, constructed of brick or similar materials running the length of the Canterbury property line and installed on the townhome side of the buffer. Thank you for your time and your attention. Please let me know if you have any questions. My contact information is on the last slide.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, and thank you to Mr. Atkin for his comments. I can just say we've come a very long way from the initial conversations that I had on the site, one with the storage plan and then this plan. I think we again have sent updated rendering and agreed. We're showing a wood fence on the property line. They're asking for a non-wood fence, which I assume is brick. But we can talk with them about materials and location of that fence. But thanks to Mr. Atkin and the neighbors for continuing to work with us. I know this has been something they put a lot of time in. So we'll continue working with them and hopefully be back to you next month with a proposal.
All right. Are there any questions for the petitioner, the opposition, or the staff? I see no hands raised. Do I have a motion to close the petition, the hearing for item 24?
Move to close, Ed Driggs.
Mr. Driggs?
Second,
Mr.
Matt
Newton? Mr. Driggs? Motion to close?
Yes.
I'm doing the roll call
Yes,
vote for the
Mayor.
motion to close. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Item 25 was deferred, and we're going to go to item 26, which was that deferred as well, Mr. Patton? Item, the
26 was not, no, so we're, 25 was, 26, so we'd be on 26.
Item 26, petition 2020-200 by Elmington Capital Group for approximately 8 acres located on the south side of West Boulevard. It's in District 3. The current zoning is residential, 22 units of multifamily. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff does not recommend this petition in its current form. And so in this item, we will have, we actually have 4 speakers speaking for and 2 speaking against. And because the staff is against it, but also because we have 2 speakers against, there will be 10 minutes for the opposition. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Patton for the staff presentation. Mr. Brown will follow, and I'm assuming, Mr. Brown, you'll cover all of the 4 speakers, and Hunter Mole and Sharon Howard will be speaking against the petition as well. All right?
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-200 is about 8.8 acres, located on the south side of West Boulevard. It's on the west side of Beech Nut Road and also east of Clanton Road intersection. The current zoning, as mentioned, is R22 multifamily. The proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. And the Central District Plan, which was adopted in '93, recommends multifamily residential. There is no specified density for the majority of the parcel. There is a small area on the far, I guess, east side of the parcel, or west side of the parcel, excuse me, that was recommended for institutional uses. But overall, the plan does recommend multifamily. We do run GDP still with the district plan. That does, the petition does meet the general guidance for criteria over 17 dwelling units per acre. So again, this would be consistent with the GDP. This proposal is for 200 multifamily residential dwelling units and no more than 4 structures. All units being proposed would be affordable units ranging from 30 to 80% AMI for a period of 30 years. Transportation improvements would include an 8-foot planting strip, 8-foot sidewalk along West Boulevard, as well as an internal sidewalk network. Also commits to some architectural standards throughout the project for the different buildings, and provides a community room, picnic area, outdoor seating, and playground within the project. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. We do have quite a few significant outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to continue to work through. I'll give you just a little bit of background quickly on the petition. They have had some other areas of this property zoned R4 that was also part of the project. They worked with the community to remove that part of the petition, and therefore they only had one opportunity to submit a revised plan to us. We are trying to accommodate some timelines for some funding opportunities for this project to maintain the affordable components. So we're trying to continue to meet that timeline. And so staff doesn't support the project in its current form, as I mentioned, because we do have just a host of issues that we need to work through. Feel confident we will be able to resolve those prior to zoning committee. We don't have any real concerns with the project as a whole. It's just the amount of issues that need to be resolved rose to that level of not being able to support in the current form. So again, it is consistent with the Central District Plan for the majority of the project. And is also supportive or consistent with the general policy or general development policy. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown and the petitioners team, as well as the members of the community for their presentations, and we'll take any questions after. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Thanks, Dave. Madam Mayor, council members, Colin Brown again on behalf of Elmington Capital. Joe Horowitz is joining me tonight. You may hear from him if you have specific questions. This is we've had a lot of robust conversations, and Councilmember Watlington has helped us connect and liaise with some of the community members. I think we've made a lot of progress. We've got a little bit more work to do, but I'm hopeful we've checked off any of the major items. So here's the location down West Boulevard. This is an area that is changing rapidly. Growth and gentrification are moving quickly from the South End area. They're leaping over 77 and coming this direction. So that's just a look at the area in general. But as Dave mentioned, this is what I want to point out. When we filed this rezoning application and when we hosted our community meetings, all of this area was included in our rezoning. So if you see, this was the original notice. And the main question, the main discussions we've had are these neighbors on Beech Nut that live in single family homes have been very concerned with the property behind them, which was zoned R4. So what I want to point out is one of the reasons we've got so many issues is what we did was we essentially took 30% of our rezoning out of our rezoning. So this has been a major change. Really, and I'll show you the feedback we got from the neighbors, but the neighbors really said, hey, this is Beech Nut. We've envisioned this area of the property as a future phase of Revolution Park, if you will. And what they told us was there are some concerns about the level of affordability, but also some opportunities for home ownership, and that being an important component as well. So we talked a lot about this area that was existing R4 and the neighborhood's vision that would continue to be single family with home ownership opportunities. So what this team has done, the Ellington team, is they removed that completely from our reasoning, reoriented our plan so that the plan I'll show you is now on this site with R22. So everything we're proposing now is within a zoning district that is already zoned for apartment multifamily development. Doing that kind of quickly on the fly halfway through the rezoning process has slowed us down a bit, and that's why we have some outstanding issues. But this is the initial rezoning plan that we submit. Here's those properties on Beech Nut. We had a connection to Beech Nut. We had apartment buildings basically in their backyards. Additionally, when we started the process, we were talking about the affordability range for the units ranging from 30% to 80%. The other feedback that we got from the neighborhood is, hey, we've got a lot of affordability in the neighborhood. We're interested in something more workforce level. So what I'll show you next is our change to the rezoning plan in response to those comments. And here are the comments again. Neighbors really saying, looking for lower density adjacent to Beech Nut. And they said in the initial meetings, hey, we'd support some higher density by the school, which is already zoned for apartments, but we'd like home ownership, single family next to Beech Nut. Concerns about the street connection to Beech Nut and the area next to Beech Nut being seen as the next phase of Revolution Park and some opportunities there. So here's our updated rezoning proposal. This is the area, you remember it had those buildings over there. We've taken them off the plan. We've reduced our units from 230 to 200 units. Now, that doesn't mean that this area will never be developed. Councilmember Winston shaking his head. I don't know which direction he's going. But the idea is there could be development here in the future. And I think what Councilmember Watlington is encouraging is that this development team work with the neighborhood to make sure those can be for sale opportunities. And that's something that Joe Horowitz and the Ellington team are willing to do. So that pushed us. So we've got now have all of our units. And this is not the plan that we may have chosen, but this is the neighborhood feedback. So we still have 200 units adjacent to the school that can be affordable if we can move this through on the appropriate timeline. So again, I think pretty significant change. Here is the original plan, connection to Beech Nut, units here. We basically shifted that to this side of the creek, if you will, no connection there, reduce that unit count by 30 units. So we're just higher. Dave might have to help me with my math. On the R22 side, we're not asking for a very significant increase in the number of units. That area is already zoned. So that is the changes we've made. We do have a number of comments we've gotten from staff because we made that change fairly late in the game, and we've got some work to do. But we're trying to stay on track to get state housing tax credits. That's why we've been moving quickly. So we're very pleased that we've been able to get to hearing tonight. We may hear some comments from the neighbors. I'll try to address them as best I can. Some of the concerns, I see Joe on, so I'm glad you're able to be there. There were pieces of this property, the other property, that ran between two houses. So we had property owners saying, well, what's going to happen between us? And I think Horowitz's team has met with the neighbors as recently as Friday to have conversations, let them know that we've changed gear entirely, are not planning on rezoning in their backyard or to get density increases. That can be used as a buffer, but we're still able to achieve units in this area, which we think are much needed. Happy to answer questions you may have. Joe Horowitz is a real expert in affordability. I can certainly talk you through some numbers if you'd like to talk about the affordability ranges from these units, but the neighborhood, the community, Councilmember Winston is cracking me up here. The community had asked us to consider the workforce level units. That has not yet written into our zoning document, but we have told the neighbors that we would go in that direction. So Joe, unless you had, I'll pause and see if you have any comments before we pause for the other speakers.
No, I thought you did a great job, Colin. I appreciate everyone giving us the opportunity to present this development. And why don't we open it up to other speakers, and I'll try to address any questions or comments from the group.
Okay, we have two speakers in opposition, Hunter Mole and Sharon Howard. And Sharon, it's good to hear from you. We haven't worked together in a while, so. Hunter Mole first and Sharon Howard, and you have 10 minutes.
Cool. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Yeah, so hearing some of this feedback that they've just, presented regarding the R4 section staying the same, I guess, that is a big concern for the community. So if there was going to be some rezoning here in any way, I think that everyone would like to see that in some sort of, I don't know, a contingency or something that says that that would have to stay the way. I think one of the fears that the community has, I'm speaking on behalf of several people in the neighborhood, that's adjacent in Revolution Park, is that that area that's been left out would still be in the future rezoned for something different that would be, that we would, be in opposition against. Other than that, some of the issues with the plan were that when you look at the West Boulevard corridor playbook, that this project wasn't congruent with that. Specifically, we talk a lot about, walkability and being able to reduce the amount of cars and things like that. And there's a big opportunity to connect with, the school, the greenways. There's the YMCA over here. There's a lot of things in this area that we could promote connectivity. And it's something we've addressed and haven't gotten an answer back on. Initially, we felt that the plan in general didn't keep in mind, the people in the area, but was more just about kind of putting as many units as they could put in there. Some of that's been addressed, but we're still waiting on, a few items in that regard. In general, the sentiment is that, the area in general has had a lot of investment in, affordable housing. We're actually way overrepresented in that area compared to other areas of Charlotte, and we have very low home ownership rates. And as we've seen home ownership increase in the area, we've also seen an increase to, I guess, just the area in general in terms of some of the shops that have just opened up on West Boulevard. There's a lot of new restaurants that are open there that wouldn't have happened. So I guess we've tried this affordable multifamily planning in the past. It's really the only thing that's been a focus in this area. And, there's a lot of problems associated with that. There's a lot of crime. I don't think that's anything that is a surprise over in here, but we would like to see more home ownership opportunities in the area to help promote that, and the West Boulevard, the plan that's in place, which specifically addresses increasing the tax base, attracting private sector investment to grow jobs and businesses. Revitalization has been laid out by the city, over several years since, 2000.
All right. Is Ms. Howard on? Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you. Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak. About the R4s, so I just want to let you know that we want to reserve all of the R4 zonings in the West Boulevard corridor because we believe that that will lead to opportunities of home ownership, increase our the income level so that we can get in line with your city's 2040 plan and have those amenities that we do not currently have that you see in other parts of the city. Number one, I would like to say thank you to the developers for scratching, and for the record, I live on Beechnut Road, but thank you to the developers for eliminating the section directly that connects to our neighborhood. And I know that there is going to be some kind of development, but we want to keep that as R4. My opposition to the current plan, and maybe this isn't an opposition, it's just that we requested to see more at the last meeting. We want to see the bike and pedestrian connectivity between the apartments and the neighborhood connecting to the greenway. We wanted to see the environmental impact. I don't know, because there's some wetlands in the back of that property, and I'm not sure if your staff has it or not. We'd like to see that and how it would affect those wetlands. We requested to see the elevations of the building, the facade. We want to make sure that it is the same as the YMCA, Arbor Glen, the Renaissance, and some of the make sure that it has the same elevations as some of the other buildings on the West Boulevard. And let's see what else I have here. I think that's about it. So, I mean, my thing is if they can show us those items, I mean, I would be in agreement with what's being done, but we just need to see that those conditions are being met. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Brown, do you want to take 2 minutes or do you want to go to questions?
I'd love to take 2 minutes and really thank the neighbors.
Thank you.
Brett Tempest, who's not on, was also instrumental in many of our meetings and kind of communicating to us clear priorities from the neighborhood. And I know we can't make all the people happy all the time, but I think this results in a better plan. You know, frankly, if we're able, and this is one thing the community said, hey, if you could leave this as low density, we'd support higher density here. That I think is going to solve some problems for us. That takes some things off the table, us having to cross that creek, which would have been an environmental challenge, enabling us to stay out of the wetland. So I think that's positive. I hope the neighbors will understand. We were scrambling. We had to rework our plan to accommodate it, and that's one of the reasons we just don't have the elevations yet. But I know that Councilmember Watlington is expecting to have those before there's a vote on this. So the Elmington team is working hard to pull that together, continue coordinating with the neighborhood. The challenge I'm working on the Greenway is very difficult. We're crossing CMS property. Been in touch with CMS. We have an ongoing dialogue, those Greenway connections, and certainly happy to have ongoing conversations with the neighbors about the R4, not in our rezoning now. The Elmington team has said, I know deed restrictions can be a dirty word sometimes, but we're certainly willing to engage in the conversation with neighbors to put on there could be some private controls put in place that would give the neighbors some assurance going forward. So we're probably out of 2 minutes. Joe's back now.
All right. Are there questions for any of the folks that have presented to us? I'll start with Councilmember Johnson.
If Ms. Watlington has comments, I can defer to her and then ask
Ms. Watlington, Ms. Johnson would like to know if you'd like to defer to her.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I appreciate that. My camera, there's a problem integrating my camera, so I'm not sure why it's off right now. But so first of all, thank you so very much, Hunter and Ms. Sharon, for showing up. I'm so freaking proud of y'all for coming today. I know it may be a small thing, but I'm so proud of y'all for showing up for your neighborhood. I did want to read, I got a letter from the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition today summarizing much of what they've already said, but I did want to make sure that I lifted it up on behalf of the coalition. And it is as follows. West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition opposes the rezoning of parcel 145-10317 by petitioner Elmington Capital on the basis of misalignment of proposed development with the West Boulevard Playbook and lack of finalized community benefits agreement. The West Boulevard corridor suffers from a historic preponderance of income-restricted multifamily housing developments and institutional housing uses that historically impacts the corridor's ability to achieve housing and economic stability. The abundance of multifamily rental developments perpetuates a historical pattern of developing income-restricted multifamily institutional housing in the West Boulevard corridor without critical ownership opportunities that result in community wealth building and economic mobility for residents along the West Boulevard corridor. As such, West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition and the West Boulevard corridor residents are not anti-affordable housing, yet we are anti-affordable housing that does not produce appreciable community benefits to substantially reduce gentrification and displacement throughout the corridor. As stands, this development is not in alignment with the significant efforts of the residents of the West Boulevard corridor and city staff in 2018 and 2019 in the development of the West Boulevard Playbook and the desired place types envisioned for our community. Additionally, WBNC opposes petition 2020-200 because the current project development plan lacks appreciable community benefits. Although negotiations are ongoing between the petitioner and the Revolution Park Neighborhood Association, these negotiations have not resulted in a formalized agreement that merits West Boulevard community support for the development. Community requests and subsequent negotiations have included, in a high-level manner, a greenway connection, detailed environmental impact studies, and abstaining from rezoning of the R4 side of the parcel. However, these negotiations have not resulted in a formalized and executed community benefits agreement that outlines the scope and execution of these community benefits between petitioner and the Revolution Park Neighborhood Association and/or West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition. Thank you for your consideration of this position as WBNC continues to lift up the collective, holistic, and sustainable viability of the West Boulevard corridor. On behalf of Jordan Brooks Adams, Executive Director, and Ricky Hall, the Board Chair. So with that, that will conclude my comments. I do want to say thanks to Brittany and Colin and also to the Elmington group. I know we are still working on this one. You guys have been super responsive and agreeable to meet with the neighbors and ongoing discussions. We'll get there.
Ms. Watlington, do you have any questions? Okay.
No questions at this time.
All right. All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for the petitioner. They said that this version is significantly different because they're not building on the R4 side. So I'm wondering if they're still going to own the land and what is the future plan for that part of the development site. And then secondly, Colin, I believe you said that you were working with the neighbors, and clarify for me if I'm wrong, working with the neighbors because the neighbors wanted more workforce housing. However, if this is a tax credit, there are, according to my understanding, requirements for certain percentages or certain numbers and certain percentages of housing that the developer can't really alter that, according to my understanding. So can you clarify those 2 points for me, please?
If Mr. Horowitz is on, I think he'd be the best
Absolutely.
person to answer. Jeff?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, council members, and thank you for the question, Ms. Johnson. Yes, we will be owning the R4 side of the property, and we are not rezoning that side of the property. We are maintaining the R4 nature of that side of the property that we will be owning, and we intend to keep it as an R4 development for the future. As it relates to the affordability of the project and the overall comments that we've heard, I feel like we are working to address all of those to meet the community's needs. We are not asking for housing trust funds from the city, which would require that we have a certain percentage of the units at 30% of AMI. We are just using 4% low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds issued by North Carolina Housing Finance Agency to finance the project. And therefore, we will be committing to a restriction of 50 to 70% AMI for a 30-year period, both on the income and rent level. So it will be targeted to the workforce, which when we did a 1 mile and a 1.5 mile ring analysis of the site, we saw that the low end of our rents are in line with the current rents within the area, and therefore are really working to preserve affordable housing in the area and to avoid displacement. When you look at a 1.5 mile ring, you'll see that the high end of our rents are below the rents within that 1.5 mile ring average, which I think really speaks to the gentrification that is occurring. Services like a site, and this site scores a 9.1 out of 10 on the change metric, and the change metric is the metric that indicates areas that are at the highest risk of displacement and gentrification. So we think that our current plan allows for affordable home ownership by preserving the R4 zoning side. We think it does work to address displacement and address the gentrification that's happening in the area. And to Ms. Howard's point, Ms. Howard's been great with us. She's been extremely helpful. Just due to the great number of changes, we just haven't been able to provide each of the items that have been requested, but have every intent to address those for Ms. Howard. Elevations, those types of things.
Okay.
Thank
Ms. Johnson, any other questions?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Winston.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, can you elaborate on these deed restrictions that you mentioned and what purpose they might serve?
I know that was dangerous ground, Mr. Winston, but we're having conversations with the neighbors on Beach, right? And they're asking for assurances that this area would remain more single family and home ownership in character. And so one of the things that Mr. Horowitz talked about is we've already taken it out of our rezoning. No question, we're not rezoning it. However, I guess from the neighborhood's position, well, what would prevent us from doing that in the future? And so Mr. Horowitz said, hey, that's a conversation we can have with the neighbors. Would we want to put a private restriction in place that would privately regulate what can occur on those properties in the future? That would be one avenue.
Okay, so to maintain single-family zoning and add deed restrictions to the land use.
Sure, Joe. I mean, Joe, maybe if you answer that better than I would.
Yeah, well, I mean, Councilmember Winston, first off, we're not changing the zoning. Until the zoning changes, it would have to be single family. And so already there are protections in place. What we are offering to do is provide further protections to the families and property owners along Beech Nut, if we can figure out a way to do that.
Certainly, I definitely know how single-family zoning and deed restrictions work and how they collaborate over time to maintain characters of neighborhood and other such descriptive terms. Could we pull up the slide of the original plan?
If I could be presenter again, I could pull up ours, Dave. I don't know if you've got the original in your deck.
No, we do not.
So it doesn't look like we got the deck?
I've got it.
Okay, we're going to try to get it up. Oh, it's up. Ready? Okay.
Yeah, if I'm presenter, I can move to it, or someone else can drive. Thanks. Got it. Do you want the side by side, Mr. Winston, or
first? I'd like to see the individual. Okay. Now, can you go to the next one?
And there were intermediate versions as well. It was a kind of an evolution to here.
So what I see in the difference of these two plans, there are a couple of things that particularly stand out to me. It looks like there's a significant loss of trees, not overall to the project. I understand that there is a tree safe area in between the single family zoning and your property, but trees that are accessible to residents. Do you have a quantified amount of loss of usable trees to residents between the two proposals?
I don't. I mean, that's something we could probably get following this meeting, but we don't have it tonight.
It looks significant, and that is concerning. It also looks like there is significantly more impervious land that surrounds, again, accessible to residents. Do you have any quantifiable data about changes to that between the two plans?
You know, when we look at if we do the side by side, and Paul Pinnell, if you're on and know these answers, feel free to chime in. Certainly, we shifted development from one side to the other. Paul, I don't know if you're on and have an answer to Mr.
Hi, Colin. Yes, I'm on tonight. Councilmember Braxton Winston, this is Paul Pinnell with Urban Design Partners. And taking a look at the trees that we've got on site, there is an existing patch of trees that's directly adjacent the school. And it looks like approximately 0.8 acres of trees out there would be removed. But a significant portion of trees that are actually located within a stream area that's on site would be protected within the post-construction buffer. And then also the trees, of course, within the R4 area would be protected as well.
Can you say that loss of trees again? What was it?
It's approximately 0.8 of an acre on site.
Almost an acre of trees lost between the two. Also, I see, it looks like that this is going to significantly pack residents into larger buildings. It looks like 3 and 4 are probably the biggest. What would be the occupancy, at least of units in those residences?
Joe, you have a rough guide on those?
I think there's about 50 across each one.
Okay. And can you go back to the original plan? Was there any type of amenity space thought of in either one of these plans for residents to, I don't know, walk around, walk their dogs, take their kids to a playground? I understand that there is a school nearby, but I usually see some type of on-site amenities included in multifamily projects like this, and I don't see it on either one. Am I missing something?
Joe, you may be.
There's absolutely amenity areas on this plan, but this plan is really no longer relevant, so we might as well look at the other plan.
Yeah, we can look at the other plan.
Yeah, so you can see there's an amenity area noted on this plan. There will be an outdoor playground. There'll be outdoor benches, picnic areas. And we are, if agreeable to CMS, going to be connecting to the Irwin Creek Greenway. Also, within the buildings, we'll have a community room, exercise room, a business center. So we are providing both outdoor and indoor amenities to the residences at the development.
Well, so I think those are my questions. I'll tell you, I have concerns about this updated proposal. I don't know if the original proposal was the answer, but what I see here in this updated proposal is exactly what I don't want to see, especially in an affordable housing situation. I see a property that is built around automobiles. that's what pops out first and foremost in this in this updated proposal. I see the creation of a heat island that will be marketed to people who often don't have much choice. And that is part of what we are trying to get to provide equitable choice amongst, on top of equitable pricing in housing. This updated rezoning proposal, honestly, I know you're very limited in what you can show, but from the implicit takes, this looks like all the worst things that we're trying to get away from when we look to providing different housing choices and diverse price point housing in our communities. I have real concerns, and I don't see how I can support something that looks like this moving forward. And with that said, unless you would like to respond to that.
I'd love to speak to the transportation issue, Councilmember Winston. We are committing to developing a covered CATS bus shelter right in front of the project along West Boulevard. We are providing pedestrian walkways along West Boulevard in front of the parcels that we own. We're doing stormwater above ground ponds and below ground ponds and looking to create as many trees as we can within the R22 side that we're developing on, which is already approved for multifamily. And again, the post-construction buffers that we're not touching in the creek will provide for a lot of tree save. There's a lot of slope on the site that will also help as well. So I understand your concerns. I appreciate you sharing them, but we are actually trying to address each one of those.
Councilmember Winston, on the parking, you're not wrong. The urban design staff had the same comments. The challenge is that to qualify for tax credits, these developments have to be parked at a parking ratio that either of us would like.
Absolutely. That's a good point, Colin. Thank you. It's 1.75 is required by NCHFA.
Well, and I understand that. I imagine that the first proposal incorporated that. And I was just saying, again, implicitly, it looked like that first proposal was much more pedestrian centric, at least allowed for a more pedestrian friendly living situation, where this one absolutely does not. This looks like that this is a development made for cars and not for people.
Okay.
And those are all of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, let me thank the developer for incorporating changes based on community's feedback. I will be supporting this development. It addresses our affordable housing goal. It addresses some of our transportation infrastructure improvements. And I see, I like what I see here. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
All right. So that is our last person to speak on this petition. So we'll go now to closing the public hearing for item 20. All right.
Second, Eggleston.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Driggs, this is on the motion to close. Mr. Driggs? Mr. Eggleston?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next item is item number 27, petition 2020-141 by Flagship Healthcare Properties for approximately 1.5 acres located on the southeast side of Colonial, west of Vale. It's in District 1. The current zoning is office, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use development. Staff recommends approval of the petition. And let's see. Did I lose my speakers list? Here we are. And in this one, we have 8 people signed up in favor of the petition. So, Mr. McVeigh, I'm assured that you're going to work out. Are these all with you, Mr. McVeigh?
Yes, Mayor, they
Okay, then I'll let you guys work that out. And besides, you'll just have 3 minutes. All right, Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-141 is about 1.5 acres on North Colonial, Vale Ave, Randolph Road in the Elizabeth community. The current zoning is O2, proposed zoning is MUD conditional, and the Elizabeth area plan does recommend office on the subject parcel. The proposal with this petition is for up to 117,000 square feet of general medical office uses and related uses allowed in the MUD district, does limit building height to 95 feet, also commits to multiple transportation improvements, like things for installation of an ADA curb ramp, 8-foot sidewalk and planting strip along Randolph Road, North Colonial and Vale Avenues, also monetary contribution to the pedestrian program for pedestrian improvements in the area or installation of enhanced ped improvements if accepted by the city. Also, there'd be an additional $50,000 toward the ped program for installation of currently planned traffic signal at Randolph and Colonial. We also have commitments to multiple architectural standards, including minimum levels of ground floor and upper floor transparencies, limitations on blank walls, parking deck screening, and also urban open space being provided along Randolph Road. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design to work through. It is consistent with the Elizabeth area plan recommendation for office uses, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner team's presentation.
All right. Mr. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Morvan Allen. Jeff Brown of our firm and I are assisting Flagship Healthcare Properties with this petition. I want to thank Dave and CDOT for all their assistance on this petition. I'm going to turn it over quickly to Thorne Bassett to just give you a few words about Flagship, and then he's going to turn it over to Blair Prentice, who's going to talk a little bit about Ortho Carolina, who is the proposed tenant for the building. Thorne?
Yeah, thank you, Keith. And quickly, thank you to council. Also want to thank all the hardworking volunteers with the Elizabeth Community Association. Flagship Healthcare Properties is a local Charlotte-based full-service real estate firm. We plan to own and manage this facility for the long term. We're very excited about making a significant investment here in Charlotte. We're also excited to be working with Ortho Carolina. So I will turn it over to Blair, if he's available, to say a quick few words on behalf of Ortho Carolina. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think he's online or able to. We can't hear him. Mr. McVeigh, we can't hear anyone.
Okay, no worries.
Keith, can you hear Blair?
No, we
I
cannot hear
cannot.
Blair.
Okay, we can move on, Keith.
Yes, thank you, Thorne. The next slide next slide, please. Just a little background on North Carolina, as Thorne mentioned.
Hey guys, Blair.
North
Sorry.
Carolina.
Okay, Blair.
They just unmuted me. Apologies. Real quick, we're super excited about this opportunity, and we have a long history of giving back to the local community, and I think this is another great example of our way to improve patient access and make the opportunity for outstanding health care to be accessible to the local, not just the local community and local neighborhood, but all of Charlotte with this project. So we're really proud of the work that's been done, and our partners here have been fantastic in the effort that they put forth. So look forward to you working through this project, and any questions will be available after. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Blair. Next slide, please. Next slide, Dave covered the location, the zoning from O2 to MUD. There's some images of the adjacent streets. Next slide, please. consistent with the Elizabeth area plan that was recommended to office. Next slide, please. I do want to thank, as Thorne mentioned, the Elizabeth Land Use and Development Committee. We've worked very hard with them over the last few months to develop this site. We do have the ECA's and the general community support for the proposal. We are working on a few remaining PDOT issues. Next slide, please. Relating to traffic calming.
All right, Mr. McVeigh, that's the end of your time. So I think
Okay.
now we'll open it up for questions from the council to any member of the member of the presenters. Are there, Mr. Eggleston?
Yeah, I appear to be the only one, so unless I see another hand go up, I'll close it afterwards. My actually only question is for CDOT staff, because the petitioner has done a good job of working with the community association to work through their feedback and any concerns they had. The traffic calming, they've done a good job on too, but I think we're still waiting for an answer from CDOT related to a potential traffic light investment at Bascom and 7th. So if CDOT can address that or any of the other outstanding traffic calming questions that I think are on their desk now, not the petitioners, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. This is Robin with CDOT. We are looking into transferring that contribution toward the signal at 7th and Boscombe. And so we're waiting on final confirmation from our internal staff to make sure we can accommodate that. And we'll address it before a decision.
Okay. I appreciate it. Motion to close.
Second, Driggs.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close. So now I'll begin the roll call. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yep.
Thank you, everyone. Our next item is item number 28. It is petition 2020-150 by Evolve Acquisition for approximately 20 acres located on the south side of Alexandriana Road. It's closest to District 2. It's in our ETJ. The current zoning is single-family residential with 3 units per acre and business park, and the proposed zoning is multifamily residential, 17 units per acre. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues on site design. In this case, we have Mr. Carmichael and Mr. Rogers and Mr. Bouchon, and everyone will have 3 minutes, and I'm assuming Mr. Carmichael will handle how the petitioners would like to speak. So with that, we'll go to the staff presentation. Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-150 is approximately 20.267 acres located on Alexandriana Road. It's right near the I-485, I-77 interchange. The current zoning is a mix of R3 and BP Business Park. The proposed zoning is for R17 multifamily conditional. The adopted future land use from the North Lake Area Plan, which was adopted in 2008, calls for residential, office, or retail up to 17 dwelling units per acre for the site. The proposal with this petition proposes up to 312 multifamily dwelling units. Transportation improvements include an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along the primary road frontage on Alexandriana Road. Also commits an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along each side of the new public street being proposed for construction. We have a 20,000 square foot amenity area to include a clubhouse, fitness center, et cetera, as part of the project. Also enhanced architectural standards being proposed for the buildings throughout the project. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site design. The petition is consistent with the North Lake Area Plan recommendation of 17 dwelling units per acre. Again, we do recommend approval once we get that outstanding issue worked out. So with that, I will turn it over to the petitioner's team, and we'll take any questions following the presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee. My name is John Carmichael, and I represent the petitioner, Evolve Acquisition. With me tonight are Matt Rogers of Evolve and Nick Bichon of Design Resource Group. Next slide, please. The site contains just over 20 acres. As Dave said, it's located on the south side of Alex and Rihanna Road, essentially at the I-77, I-45 interchange. Next slide, please. You can see the site in green right there at the interchange. Next slide, please. The site's primarily zoned BP Business Park, but a portion of the site is zoned R3. That's the westernmost portion of the site. Next slide. Evolve's requesting that the site be rezoned to the R17 MF CD zoning district to accommodate a multifamily community that would contain up to 312 dwelling units. The density would be 15.39 dwelling units per acre. Next slide. As Mr. Pettin indicated, the site is subject to the North Lake Area Plan, which recommends residential, office, and retail uses on the site, and it recommends residential density up to 17 dwelling units an acre. Once again, the proposed density is under that, 15.39 units an acre. So the proposed rezoning is consistent with the North Lake Area Plan. Next slide. Next slide. Evolve is a North Carolina-based multifamily developer, contractor, and property manager, and it develops properties with the intent of owning and operating the developments for the long term. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is a rendered site plan. Access would be from Alex and Rihanna Road. Petitioner would construct left and right turn lanes at each entrance into the site on Alex and Rihanna Road. Petitioner would install an 8-foot plane strip and a 12-foot wide multi-use path. The community would have a large amenity, as you can see, basically in the center of the site. And architectural standards are part of the petitioner's plan. We do appreciate the plan staff's favorable recommendation. And there's one outstanding issue which we will address this week. We appreciate your consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Eggleston, do you want to start us off? Or is that from, I'm sorry.
I don't.
Okay. Item 28, are there any questions for any of the presenters? Hearing no questions, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I got a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phipps, Mr. Graham, followed by Mr. Phipps. Excuse me, I didn't, is that right?
I put Mr. Graham up just because it was in his district, but if he has no questions, it'll be Mr. Phipps.
Mr. Graham, do you have a question or a comment?
No, I do not.
All right, Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, how much was the tree save area for this 20-acre site?
It would be, and Nick, Bichon, if you're on, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's I believe it's 10% in it, Nick.
Mr. Patton,
Nick
is it
Bichon
10%? I'm sorry, Mr.
Good
Carmichael.
evening.
Who did you?
I'm here.
Who is the date? Who were you asking the question of? With whom would you like to answer?
Mr. Bichon.
Okay, Mr. Bichon, thank you.
Designer, thank you.
So this would require 15% tree save on site. The site is actually in a center, so there are some buyout options, and that's the offers the best incentive between a wedge corridor and center. That's how the tree save is broken down. We are under the 15% as shown. There is a good portion along those buffers. There's a stream buffer on the planned south side, and then wrapping all the way around, and that's where we're taking advantage of most of the tree save that we preserve on site.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, the reason I was asking for it, because I noticed in our notes that we hardly ever get any comments from the Urban Forestry Department.
Uh-huh.
And, I don't know what are our expectations from comments from them, because we have, in a lot of instances, we have a lot of acreage that are vacant, and all they have on them are trees. And in as much as we are really concerned about our tree canopy, I would think that we would have some sort of comment from them on some sort of tree save calculation or something other than saying no outstanding issues. So I would like to know what are our expectations in terms of comments from the Urban Forestry Department when we have significant acreage covered by trees, which would result in considerable loss of trees.
We'll ask the staff to get a little bit more follow-up from urban forestry staff and see what goes on with that and why, and then what are their options or choices. Okay? Anyone else? All right, so do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second, Driggs.
All right. Okay, this is roll call. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Can I just, Ms. Jackson, can I just remind, I need to see the pictures, right, of that they're on for voting. So just, we're beginning to kind of lose that a little bit.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay. The next item on our agenda is item number 29, petition 2020-168 by the Building Agency for approximately 1.5 acres off of Arnold Drive east of Eastway. It's in Council District 1. Current zoning is single-family residential, 4 units per acre, and the proposed zoning is single-family residential conditional with 8 units per acre. And in this case, we have Mr. Dennis Terry and Tom Miller, who are available to speak on behalf of the petitioner. Mr. Pettin, would you go ahead and kick us off?
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-168, it's just over 1.5 acres. As mentioned, it's on Arnold Drive, just off the intersection of Eastway. Current zoning is R4. Proposed zoning is just R8 conditional, no MF, so just a standard R8 single-family zoning district, but a conditional one. The Eastland Area Plan recommends single-family uses at up to 4 dwelling units per acre for the site. That plan was adopted in 2003. The proposal for 2020-168 is to subdivide the acreage into 7 lots to permit the construction of no more than 7 single-family detached homes. It would have to construct a public street to serve the residences, as well as curb and gutter, an 8-foot planting strip, and 6-foot sidewalk along Arnold Drive. Also have architectural standards to include walkways from residential entrances to sidewalks, raised entrances for any building or any entrance within 15 feet of a sidewalk, usable porches and stoops with a minimum depth of 6 feet, and also full cutoff detached lighting limited to 21 feet in height. The proposal also caps the density at 4.45 dwelling units per acre, so it just comes in just slightly over the recommended 4 DUA in the Eastland Area Plan. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. As mentioned, the petition is inconsistent with that single-family recommendation up to 4 dwelling units per acre, but just slightly over at 4.45. So again, staff does recommend approval and will be happy to take any questions following Mr. Terry's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Terry, you have 3 minutes along with Mr. Miller. Mr. Terry?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Thanks for reminding me. Thank you for your presentation, David. I'm going to go over a few points really quick. I'm going to be cognizant of your time tonight, not keep you guys here too late. As planning presented, there are no outstanding issues with this project. The petitioner actually lives here. He has worked with the neighborhood for a long time. He has actually conducted 2 community meetings to engage neighbors throughout the design and development of this property. There's several large trees on the property that are going to remain. There's some existing drainage issues in the interior of the parcel and along Arnold Drive, which this project will alleviate. As Dave recommended, this follows the existing small area plan, and the proposed DUA is 4.5, and the existing by right of this property is 4. So this plan is really in the spirit of the existing zoning. And be welcome. I'd welcome any questions, and the petitioner's also here. He can answer some questions as well.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Terry. Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Eggleston?
I think this one's pretty simple, and I don't see any hands up. So, never mind. Mr. Winston's hand is up.
All right, Mr. Winston?
Well, I won't be very, very long. This is very simple. I think this is also a great example about how single-family land use adds subjectively to a project. There's no reason I don't think that this petition should have to go through the rezoning process. It improves and keeps the character of the neighborhood. And right now, this just seems like an arbitrary governmental regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston.
And in that spirit, motion to close.
All right, we have a motion to close by Mr. Eggleston, followed by Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs, on the motion, please.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, item 30 was deferred, so let's go to item 31. Petition 2020-179 by Agent 89, approximately 0.7 of an acre at 41 Robinwood Drive in the Eastland Wallora Lake Community in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential with three units for an acre, and proposed is to have 4 units of the same zoning. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and for our speakers, we have one speaker, William Wallace, and so I'll turn it over to the staff now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-179 is 3/4 of an acre on Robinwood Drive. The current zoning is R3. The proposed zoning is R4. This is a conventional petition, so no associated site plan. The policy for this from a land use perspective comes from the Eastland Area Plan once again. That was again adopted in 2003, and it does recommend single-family uses for up to 4 dwelling units per acre for the site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the Eastland Area Plan, and we have no outstanding issues, obviously, with it being a conventional petition. So we'll be happy to answer any questions following Mr. Wallace's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Wallace, do you have 3 minutes?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Mayor Pro Temp and the esteemed members of the council and the zoning committee. I appreciate everybody's time this evening. I will also be brief in my comments, given that you guys have heard a multitude of different presentations this evening. But this is pretty standard conventional rezoning. The petitioner may also be in attendance this evening as well. So following my presentation, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to let Mr. Steve Smith make comment on to anything the council may have. But this is simply just a R3 to R4 transition so that the lot can have less width requirement. Currently, R3 requiring a 70-foot minimum lot width, whereas R4 would regulate this to 60-foot minimum lot requirement for width. And ultimately, the goal is, after the rezoning, to pursue subdivision and allow for 2 single-family residences to be placed on the newly subdivided lots, both of which will be made available for lower-income residents. And they will be very good homes. They will add added benefit to the community, and it's an exciting project and one that we're very happy to be a part of.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Wallace or the staff? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close the public?
I have a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Winston?
I'd just like to point out that this is another arbitrary added cost and added time that makes it more expensive for single-family homeowners to realize their full investment potential in their own property. There's no reason why this should have to go through the rezoning process. This single-family zoning is an arbitrary and egregious government regulation that Mr. Wallace should not have to represent in front of us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Newton.
Motion to close, Madam Mayor.
All right, so we have a
Second.
motion to close and a second. And now if we can begin, Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
All right, the next item on our agenda is petition 2020-184 by Pinkies, approximately 2/10 of an acre alongside the west side of Freedom Drive, north of Moorhead Street in District 3. The current zoning is neighborhood business with the pedestrian overlay optional. The proposed zoning is neighborhood business, pedestrian overlay optional with a site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of the petition. And we have Mr. Fields representing the petitioner. So, Mr. Paten?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-184, it's 0.225 acres located along the west side of Freedom Drive and the north side of West Moorhead Street. The current zoning, as mentioned, is B1 of pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is also B1 pedestrian overlay with a site plan amendment. And the West Moorhead Pedscape Plan, adopted in 2004, does recommend retail land uses for the site, which also is under a pedestrian overlay district. The proposal for this petition with Pinkies is really just to maintain the existing parking that's on site. They have 6 parking spaces on their property. And the optional provisions that are being proposed as part of the site plan amendment would essentially allow the site to maintain those 6 spaces and be in compliance through that optional provision. Mr. Fields can follow up, but I believe there was some shared parking arrangements around the site that are no longer available. And in order to maintain their zoning compliance, they are going through this rezoning process. Request that optional provision. There are other parking options within that area of West Moorhead and Freedom that would still allow folks to park in the area and go to Pinkies and some of the other businesses in that general location. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to work through. As mentioned, it is consistent with the West Moorhead Pedscape Plan, which recommends retail uses for the site. And staff will be happy to answer any questions following Mr. Fields' presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fields, you have 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor, members of council, members of the zoning committee, thank you very much. I'm Walter Fields representing Pinky's West Side Grill, an institution in that part of town, and something that we want to find a way to let them stay there as long as they possibly can. Dave's report was accurate. As that area has become more popular and vacant tracks are becoming occupied tracks, the parking area that they've been enjoying for years and years is probably going to go away fairly soon. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that there continued to be a conforming use under the zoning ordinance. So the sole purpose of this request is to ask for the optional approval of the council to say that the required parking for this site is the parking that's on the site today. As Dave mentioned, there's a lot of parking in the immediate area. There's a branch bank across the street, and when it's closed at night, their entire lot is sitting there. The aerial photo shows some of the other parking in the area. Now, over time, some of that may go away, but the community seems to be heading in the direction of reduced parking requirements. In either case, I think we're just sort of out in front of the trend on that. Andy Cobble and Greg Alton are the 2 owners. They're most hopeful that you will find favor with this petition. And our community meeting was just one giant love fest. We must have had 15 or 18 people logged on to our community meeting, and not a single person had the slightest doubt that they wanted to do whatever they could for Pinky's to be able to continue in business at that location and be part of their community. So that's our simple request. We'd appreciate your support to allow Pinky's to modify their parking so that they continue to be in conformance with your zoning ordinance.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Thank you.
So moved, Eggleston.
Second, Isel.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Roll call, Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington, excuse me. Thank you. Ms. Watlington? Okay. Ms. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is item 33, petition 2020-185 by Providence Group Capital for approximately 0.8 of an acre along the west side of Distribution Street. It's in District 3. The current zoning is Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center, and the request is Transit-Oriented Development Urban Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we will have Mr. McVeigh speaking for the group. I would assume Mr. Freeman and Mr. Nichols. Is that appropriate, Mr. McVeigh? So we'll have 3 minutes. Sorry, Mr.
Madam
Pettin.
Mayor, it is, yes, thank you.
Mr. Pettin.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-185 is about 0.808 acres on Distribution Street. The current zoning is TOD NC. The proposed zoning is TOD UC. If you see on the map here, we do have some NC. That's the area that's actually not highlighted in the purplish or color. UC is just to the south, a couple parcels away down on Distribution Street. We've also had a few NC to UC transition zonings on Donovan and South Tryon. This is from the New Bern Transit Station Area Plan in 2008 that does still recommend transit-oriented uses. This area was part of the alignment rezoning back in 2019 with 2019-102. At the time, NC was the appropriate district. We do have a new station proposed over by South Boulevard and Iverson, which would be the Rampart Station, the Rampart Station over at Rampart and Hawkins Street. I was looking at the wrong side of the map there. With that new station being planned and adopted, that provides some eligibility for TOD UC, which we've seen this area begin to make that transition with the station being closer. This petition continues that. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the New Bern Transit Station Area Plan, and staff will be happy to take any questions following the presentation by Mr. McVeigh and the project team. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Next slide, please. I think Dave has covered all the points, really. Consistent with the New Bern Station Area Plan, the site now within a quarter mile of the planned station at Rampart, and therefore appropriate for the change in transit-oriented development zoning district from the TOD-NC to the TOD-UC district. I want to thank Dave and his staff for their help and support. Be glad to answer any questions.
For the petitioner or the staff? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close
Yes,
the public?
I got a question.
Okay, Mr. Phipps, I can only see half of your face, and I don't, when your hand's up.
I thought you looking at the hands or whatever.
Well, it's okay.
Sorry, Mr. Phipps.
No, I'm not looking at hands.
You know, we got this button that says raise your hand. I thought that's what you was looking at.
No,
Okay.
sorry. We'll talk later. All right, Mr. Phipps, you're recognized.
Charlotte Water has, in their comments, they talk about the lack of sewer service capacity for this area, and any increase in capacity is contingent on the Remount Water Project. So I guess Charlotte Water is not here. I mean, is that project something that's in the near term? Or, where does that project stand? And even if it's out there a little while, there's no certificate of occupancy will be issued until that's resolved. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that. Does anyone know about the certificate of occupancy or the scheduling of the project? That'll be in the follow-up report, Mr. Phipps. We'll have to follow up for that one.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for asking. All right, are there any other questions? Hearing no other questions, do I have a motion to close?
Motion to close, Eggleston.
Second, Driggs.
All right, let's go through the voting list. Now, Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item 34, petition 2020-187 by Sam Smart for approximately 1 acre located on the south side of Central Avenue. It's in District 5. The current zoning is B1, neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is general business. Staff recommends approval of the petition, and we will hear from Mr. Anthony Fox, representing the petitioner after the staff makes its presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-87, it's just over an acre on south side of Central Avenue and north, and the intersection North Sharon Amity Road. The current zoning is B1. Proposed zoning is B2. This is a conventional petition. The Eastland Area Plan from 2003 recommends retail uses for the site. So this petition is consistent with the Eastland Area Plan recommendation for that retail use and that retail zoning district under B2. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues as it's a conventional petition, and we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. Fox's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fox.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. Thank you for your service. You certainly earned your checks this evening with the so I applaud your effort. Yes, I'm representing Sam Smart in the rezoning of a property that they've owned for for several decades, quite frankly. Many of you who've been in Charlotte a long time are familiar with this intersection of Central Avenue and Sharon Amity Road. This is the former Exxon station. As a matter of fact, if you were to ride by the site now, you will see the fuel canopy that still remains in place. It was being leased to a 7-Eleven, but with growth and with prosperity through Quick Trips, that spelled the demise of the 7-Eleven use for the site. So my client is attempting to really just rezone. It is currently zoned B1. My client seeks B2 zoning. It does not plan to build anything on the site. It is waiting to make sure that they can partner with the eventual plans for the Eastland Mall area, and it's just expanding the potential uses as it awaits for a more appropriate and robust use for this area, and hence the request for a B2 zoning. The B2 zoning is consistent with the Eastland area plan, and we would hope that the council can support this rezoning. I've also met and talked and reached out to various members of the community and the various community associations with regards to this request as well. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Fox or Mr. Pettin? Hearing no, anyone, no questions. So with that, we're going to go ahead and I can have a motion to close the public hearing.
Close, Mayor.
All right.
Second,
Mr.
Eggleston.
Newton, Eggleston, thank you. All right. The vote, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
All right. The next item on our agenda is item number 35, petition 2020-188 by Sean Gasparini, True Homes LLC for approximately 11 acres located near 13230 Plaza Road, near the Mecklenburg County and Cabarrus County line. The current zoning is for single-family, 3 units per acre. The proposed zoning is multifamily with 8 units per acre. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and the petitioner is represented by Eddie Moore as well as Mr. Gasparini. All right, so with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-88 continues our conventional petitions we've got this evening. This one is approximately 11.49 acres, as mentioned on 13230 Plaza Road. It's right at the Mecklenburg-Cabarrus County line. In fact, the other side of the property on that yellow area that fronts Plaza Road extension is actually outside of Mecklenburg County. The current zoning is R3. Proposed zoning is R8 MF. The area plan is from the Rocky River Road area plan adopted in 2006. It does recommend residential uses up to 8 DUA for the subject property. As we mentioned, this is a conventional petition. It is consistent with the Rocky River Road area plan. Staff does recommend approval. We have had conversations with both the petitioner and the town of Harrisburg, which has jurisdiction on the other side of our zoning boundary. That will be a project that will be shared between both jurisdictions and will require coordination through permitting. But again, this is just a conventional petition at this time. That coordination will happen in the land development process. And again, staff does recommend approval and will be happy to take any questions following Mr. Moore's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is Sean Gasparini with True Homes.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. Eddie Moore is on the line with us as well. I think in the interest of time, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Staff's done a fantastic job framing the rezoning and the issues that are before you this evening. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you folks might have.
Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff? No questions, so do I have?
Motion to close.
A motion to close. Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs. Thank you. All right. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item, petition is 36, rezoning petition 2020-189 by 5110 Gable Road for approximately 2.6 acres located east of Gable Road in Shopton. It's in the ETJ, which is closest to District 3. Current zoning is single-family residential, 3 units, and the proposed zoning is general industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and our speaker is Mr. Brown again.
We actually, I don't think have any.
I'm
speaker.
sorry,
That was for
that's on
our next one.
37,
Yeah.
we're on 36.
Yeah, we don't have.
We
any
don't have a
speakers signed up
speaker
for
on this one, so, Mr. Pettin, did you just say you're done with your presentation?
No, it will be about that quick. 2020-189 is just about 2.6 acres. It's on Shopton and Gable Road. This property actually has some split zoning, has R3 as well as I2. The Steel Creek area plan recommends office, industrial, warehouse distribution for this site. You can see that's kind of the predominant land use on the south side of Shopton Road, as well as the zoning in the area is primarily I2 and I1. This is a conventional I2 petition just to round out the zoning on the property and allow some room for expansion. I believe the applicant actually lives on the property on a single-family home, but is looking to continue to expand a successful business operation he has there. It is consistent with the Steel Creek area plan. It is conventional. Staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for the staff? All right, could I have a motion to close item number 36?
So
Motion to
moved.
close.
Second, Isel.
All right. All right, let's start with Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
All right, now we come to item 37, approximately 7/100th of an acre located on the south side of Central Avenue. It's in District 1. The current zoning is general business pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is general business pedestrian overlay optional. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues. And this one, Mr. Brown will be representing along with Ms. Lenz. So,
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-91 is on Central Avenue, just between Thomas and Pecan along the basically that small central business district there on Central Ave. The existing zoning is B2 pedestrian overlay. The current or proposed zoning, is B2 pedestrian overlay with an optional provision. That optional provision essentially is I'll go to the Petscape plan first. Plaza Central Petscape plan does recommend multifamily office retail for the site. It's part of that, like I said, that central business district in this area of Plaza Midwood. And so this would just continue that trend of those uses as outlined by the plan. This plan essentially is to maintain the existing building on the subject property and really allow for a small expansion up to 20%. Those optional provisions, as we've seen on several other projects along Central Avenue, as well as some on the plaza closer to Commonwealth, and we have a pending petition just on the other side of the street here on Central. It's really to work into the property to allow it to be adaptively reused, maintain the existing buildings while opting out of the parking requirements that would normally kick in and wouldn't be able to be met on site for this project, just to the nature of those existing buildings in that corridor. This has been employed, like I said, on a couple of other petitions. Mainly, it's helped to maintain that streetscape and that business district along Central Avenue as is, while allowing some newer uses to go into some of those existing buildings. So this is a conditional plan, so there are a few outstanding issues, mainly related to site and building design and some technical revisions that need to be worked out. But staff does recommend approval. As mentioned, it is consistent with that Plaza Central Petscape plan and consistent with the trend that we've seen for employing this optional provision in this corridor to maintain those existing buildings and structures along Central Avenue. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown and be happy to answer any questions following their presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Great presentation by Mr. Pettin. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Eggleston?
just that my priority on particularly this block with this commercial district of Plaza Midwood will continue to be the preservation of the businesses and the buildings along there, and this is an effort towards that end. So I will be supportive in motion to close.
Well, are you making that
Second,
motion to
Driggs.
close, or are there other questions?
Not that I saw.
Okay, are you making a motion to close?
I certainly am.
Okay, second by
Second,
Mr.
Driggs.
Driggs. All right, Mr. Driggs, motion to
I just want to
close?
say, in 7.5 years, this is the smallest rezoning I've ever seen. So yes is the answer.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
It's not always about size, Mr. Driggs. Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 38, petition 2020-193 by Premier Athletic Management for approximately 10.5 acres on the east side of Brown Road. It's in Council District 4. The current zoning is institutional conditional, and the requested zoning is neighborhood business conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition with some resolution of outstanding issues. And we have 3 speakers for this. Is Tristan McGinnis, Jeremy Specher, and Donald Peden. All right.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-93 is 10 and a half acres. As you can see, it's just on the other side of 485 on Brown Road. The current zoning is institutional conditional. The proposed zoning is B1 conditional. The adopted future land use is from Prosperity Hucks Area Plan from 2015. Does call for parks and open space on the site. That's likely due to the existing uses of the tennis and racket club that's currently out there, along with a pool. The proposal under this petition is really to take that existing athletic club and allow for an expansion, which would consist of a canopy structure over 3 existing tennis courts at the front of the site, so those would become covered. Also would convert 2 tennis courts into indoor pickleball courts, construct 2 outdoor sand volleyball courts, as well as 2 additional pickleball courts outdoors, and then also construction of just under 7,000 square foot public outdoor beer garden with some seating. Also would commit to installation of curb and gutter and a proposed 5-foot bike facility along Brown Road, and then a 5-foot wide trail around the proposed stormwater pond, and also provide a public access community garden on the site as well. So those would be the enhancements to the existing site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment and site design, and then some technical revisions related to transportation. It is inconsistent with the Prosperity Hucks Area Plan of Parks and Open Space. We are still maintaining quite a bit of recreational uses out there, but just that conversion to a more public accessed retail type of use with the beer garden does kind of kick it into that inconsistent, but still are providing parks and open space on the site just through the recreation uses that will be existing and expanded. So staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the petitioner team. Thank you.
All right. Is it Tristan McGinnis?
Yes.
McManus? Yes, you're up next, and then followed by Jeremy Specher and Donald Peden.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your time this evening, Mayor and council members. Certainly appreciate it. I'll keep this very brief. Staff did a great job summarizing what this petition is about. So my name is Tristan McManus. I'm with Dewberry Engineers. I'm the landscape architect for the project, and I am here representing Jeremy Spiker, who's with Premier Athletic Management. He's the petitioner and the owner-operator. Don Peden is the project architect for this one. If you could hit next, please. So kind of the impetus of all this, like was mentioned, is they really want to grow their offering of services and reach out to the community more. So in order to do so, what they're proposing is the beer garden, which will be open to the public, the community gardens, and then they're trying to make their facility more usable year round. So as was mentioned, some of the tennis courts are going to be covered as part of this plan. There will also be conversion of some tennis courts to pickleball courts due to its increase in popularity, as well as construction of a temporary cover, or seasonal covering rather, over the pool at the back of the facility, which may include a future covering over the spray ground. Again, trying to increase the usability of the site year round, as well as appeal to members of the community. And one thing I forgot to mention related back to the beer garden and community garden component is there will be some outdoor leisure activities, things like cornhole, outdoor music. There may be food trucks from time to time. So it's really seen as kind of a family fun venue to engage the surrounding community and get them more involved in the club. And that's really, if you flip to the next slide, I think we have one more, please. Yeah, so we've got some inspirational images of where some of this was taken from. So you can see, up in the upper right-hand corner is one of those coverings over the tennis courts, similar to what's being considered here. We've also got some images from a place called Chicken and Pickle, where they've got kind of a similar setup to what's proposed here, where there's outdoor leisure space, there's pickleball courts, you can eat, have something to drink. The kids are there, you can kind of watch the games that are going on. And then if you go to the next screen, I believe we have the current site plan where we have addressed, I believe, the technical issues with the plan and are ready to resubmit pending favorable review tonight. And I guess with that, Jeremy and Don are both with me this evening to answer questions and speak as well. And if you go one more, I think it's the next one, actually, I apologize. So yeah, there's the black and white one right there that kind of shows the plan. And you can see we've addressed some of the technical issues. We had to straighten out the driveway over by Amber Glen a little bit. We also pulled the trail out of the buffer by the stormwater BMP. And then there's some potential future tennis courts that are shown up in the upper right-hand corner, which were placed in to show how if those were built in the future, we could still meet urban forestry's tree save requirement.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for the staff of the petitioner? Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I had a question. Is there a membership fee associated with use of the club and its amenities?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll speak for Jeremy here. There is, if you want to use the tennis courts and stuff, that is for members typically. Now, I believe Jeremy does have or is planning on having events where it would be kind of like an open house at certain times throughout the year so people can come see the facilities, but then the beer garden and the community gardens would be open to the public without having to pay a fee.
Yeah, quickly, this is Jeremy, everyone, the owner of the property. Yeah, so our club right now, we are a membership-based club, but we are not a full membership club. So we are currently already have a lot of activity that is open to the public: lessons, clinics, leagues. All those activities have a both member and non-member component, and really the goal of this expansion is to, as Trish said, was to enhance both the year-round usability, but also to incorporate more activities that are open to the public around the facility.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Anything else? So with hearing no other questions, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, and I relish the opportunity to see this pickleball facility in practice.
They play them at a lot of the county rec centers have the courts now. I'm sure that Mr. Graham would be pretty good at it. It's supposed to be easier on the joints than tennis.
It's not, that's right.
All right, do I have a second to Mr. Bakari's motion?
Second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
As a huge pickleball fan, yes.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, and I'm disappointed no one got my joke about relish. So.
Oh, that was really bad. I think if they got it, it was just they don't want to embarrass themselves. Okay. The next item.
Sour, really.
Matt Newton with the.
Okay. The next item is item 39, petition 2021. Oh, sorry, number 2, because our aviation department filed for the second petition in the year 2021 for approximately 4.5 acres located south of Byram Drive. It's in Council District 3. It's zoned single-family residential with the airport noise overlay, and the proposed zoning is general industrial with the airport noise overlay as well. And we have Mr. Hare from our airport speaking for, and so with that, we'll go to the staff presentation. Mr. Pitton.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-002 is first of 2 airport petitions this evening. This one's just under 5 acres off Byram Drive, just west of Yorkmont Road and east of I-485. As you can see, the current zoning is really just kind of an island of R3. It does have the airport noise overlay on it. The proposed zoning would be to just go to I2 conventional, maintain that airport noise overlay. You can see the surrounding zoning is heavily I2 and I1. The adopted future land use from the Southwest District Plan also supports that industrial end use, does recommend office industrial for this site, but you can see again the predominant uses out in that area are all geared towards industrial, both light and heavy. This is a conventional petition, so no outstanding issues. It is consistent with that Southwest District Plan, and staff does recommend approval of this petition. We'll be happy to take any questions following any kind of presentation by Mr. Hare. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hare, do you have anything to add to the presentation by Mr. Pettin?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. I have nothing further to add. I am here solely to be a resource for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hare. All right, so are there any questions regarding the petition? All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Driggs?
All right, second? All right, so Mr. Driggs on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item is also by the airport. It's petition 2021-005 for approximately 108 acres located on the south side of Wilkinson Boulevard. It's in District 3, and it's has a current zoning of single-family residential, Lake Wylie protected airport noise overlay, some light industrial with those same protections and overlay, and as well as light industrial. Well, both the same things. One's conditional and one's not. The proposed zoning is I-2, general industrial, lower Lake Wylie protected area with an airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and Mr. Hare is still with us for this petition. Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021, 005 is also, well, it's about 108 acres being rezoned by the airport. It's located on the south side of Wilkinson Boulevard, east of 485, west of Billy Graham Parkway. As mentioned, this has a host of zoning districts between I-1, I-1 conditional, and R4. The proposed zoning is to take all those three zoning districts, combine them into an I-2 conventional. That would round out that general area. As you can see, with I-2 being the predominant zoning, would also still maintain the lower Lake Wylie protected area and airport noise overlay with that rezoning. The Southwest District Plan, again, comes into play on this petition. It is consistent with that. It does recommend office and industrial land uses for this site. So again, this is another conventional petition. It is consistent with that Southwest District Plan for the proposed land uses, and staff does recommend approval. And I'll be happy to answer any questions along with any comments from Mr. Hare. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Hare or Mr. Pettin? All right, hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All right. So, Mr. Driggs on the motion to close? Mr. Eggleston on the motion to close?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, the last item that we have tonight, item 41, a rezoning petition 2021-032 by eFix Development LLC for approximately 0.3 of an acre located on the south side of LaSalle Street on the east side of Taylor. It's in District 2. The current zoning is Office District Pedestrian Overlay. The proposed zoning is B1 Pedestrian Overlay Optional. Mr. Patton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-032. It's just under 0.3 acres, as mentioned, on Taylor Ave and LaSalle Street, just off of Beatty's Ford Road. The current zoning is O2 with a pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is B1 with pedestrian overlay and optional provisions. The future land use is from the West End Land Use and Petscape Plan that was adopted in 2005. That does call for multifamily office and retail uses on the site. This petition is essentially just to round out the existing development that fronts Beatty's Ford and LaSalle. This area is currently some overflow parking that is going to be redone, and it provides an updated parking area with 16 spaces. We also, looks like there is some language, and I may have the petitioner clarify the proposed accessory service lane for an abutting ATM. I know there was some discussion on whether or not that may still be included, so they can follow up on that. But we do have some optional provisions to allow parking between the building and Taylor Avenue. That would be one of the main provisions to allow that to function, as in the PED overlay. That's not something that would normally be permitted. Staff currently does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. Mainly just we have some outstanding issues that we need to work through and be resolved to adhere a little bit closer to some of the ordinance requirements and plan requirements from the West End Land Use and Pedscape Plan. Overall, the project staff doesn't have any concerns with. It's really just the site plan needing some additional work and revisions before staff puts a recommendation of approval in front of zoning committee or council for a decision. So we're confident those changes will come in next week when plans get resubmitted to us, and we'll continue to work with the petitioner to get all those items addressed. As mentioned, it is consistent with the West End Land Use Pedscape Plan, but it is inconsistent with some of the street design and pedestrian elements that are recommended in the plan. That is one of the bases for our recommendation currently. But again, we will continue to work with the petitioner and get all those items addressed, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following the presentation by Mr. Foley and Mr. Dennis. Thank you.
All right, we have three speakers, Mr. Foley, Mr. Dennis, and Mr. Faulkner. Mr. Foley, do you want to start off?
I think Mr. Dennis was going to start on this.
All right, Mr. Dennis, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll take the start on it.
Okay.
Just want to good afternoon, Mayor, and all the city council and all the staff that are on tonight. I know it's getting late, so we won't take very much time. But I just want to thank everyone for the support we've gotten on this project. This is a classic development in the heart of the corridor that is currently in need of great development. The lot that the parcel that we're talking about is a vacant lot that's currently owned by EPIX Development Corp., which would be an improvement of existing parking area. The point I want to stress is that, for this parcel, any reduction in parking on this site will impact our existing tenants and our opportunity to provide needed space for future development. So what we're requesting is the consideration to basically create thoughtful innovation in improving the existing facade and use of an area that we already own. So I'm just asking that we continue to work with staff to come to a resolution and resolve the issues that we currently have, and we'll work diligently to work with staff to make that happen. I'll close it out and I'll pass it over to Tim Foley.
Yeah, I think the only other question that came up that I wanted to address was the ATM. We've revised that original site plan. We now have the ATM on the main site that's already been approved, and so we're only adding the parking on these two small parcels to rezone. And then I'm available for any questions after that.
And I think we have Rodney on as well.
Yeah, good evening. This is Rodney Faulkner. Thank you again for everyone taking the time to meet with us. I wanted to reiterate what Chris had talked about before. I'm the commercial broker with the responsibility of leasing up this space, and I know that staff has kind of recommended we reduce the site by 7 spaces, and what that does for my position is really kind of hamper me a little bit more from trying to go out and get tenants that can best serve this area. So any reduction in parking that is not consistent with what, me being able to go out and bring neighborhood services to the area. I mean, we're probably about a little over 50% leased, but we'd love to have as much parking as possible, given that the space was a parking lot before. So again, I think that's the only input I'd give is if we can work together with staff to get, as much parking as possible, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the petitioner or the staff? All right, we don't have any questions. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. Didn't,
yeah, another question. I just want to encourage both the zoning staff and the petitioner to continue to work together. I know they've been talking. I spoke with both parties today. Obviously, parking is an issue that we're trying to resolve in terms of making sure they get as much possible parking as under the guidelines of the plan, but also just making sure that we button things up in terms of dotting I's and crossing T's. So I look forward to it coming back to the council for its consideration, and I hope that we close the public hearing.
Second, Eggleston.
we have a motion and a second. All right, we'll begin. Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
All right. I believe that's our
Motion to
last
adjourn.
business item. Do we have a motion to adjourn and a second? I heard Mr. Eggleston, a second
Well, excuse me.
to adjourn?
I would like to make a comment on something if it's appropriate.
It's not.
Mr. Phipps, what's your comment?
I would like to make a comment on one of the decisions that we approved earlier. I couldn't, for some reason, my machine was having technical difficulties. I couldn't get the thing to unmute.
Your machine?
My machine, yeah. So I wanted to I think that the community, the neighbors up that way, I'm talking about the petition 2020-108, the affordable housing unit that we just approved for NRP.
All
Now,
right.
NRP has three projects. Beg your pardon?
No, I was just saying, continue, please.
Yeah, NRP has three projects, one at Old Concord, one at Eastway and Tryon, and now the Pennyway. They have a total of $120 million in investment there, which is good. Up the street from there, you have Crossland with a $30 million affordable housing project investment. And even up from there, you have Mayfield Memorial with affordable housing investments, which comes to maybe about $180 million in quality affordable housing projects in the area. With the community, I think that they've expressed to Councilmember Johnson and us is they would like to catch a breath when you on any similar projects that might be looked at that corridor, so they can have a chance to absorb these five subsidized housing trust fund projects within a 3-mile radius of each other. So I would ask that you all would give that some consideration on a go-forward basis, that they're trying to absorb the quality housing that's coming their way, and at the same time deal with some of the infrastructure and traffic issues and school-related issues that impacted by some of the development. So I just wanted to put that on the record on behalf of the community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Phipps. Now we have a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. We got through a lot today, so really appreciate everybody.